Final to punch your ticket, it is Lion Blade. Final 35 seconds, the goal is needed. Does so much, scatter the wing, full in time!
But cave over on the side room.
Northwood University, a statement game from them.
Come on, Starleague gets 2, Starleague gets 3, Starleague gets 4!
Davenport continue their dominance.
This is gonna take a third. Oh my god!
They played their hearts out today.
It all comes down to this, the end of the road. Welcome, everybody, to the NACE Starleague Fall 2021 Grand Finals hosted by the University of Maryland. I'm Lemon Kiwi, but joined by my side, I have my good friend LaFun. And yep, you get a veteran card if you remember us casting together way back in the day. And our very special guest, Los, as our analyst today. How's it going, everyone?
I'm doing great. I'm happy to be here, and you know, it's good to see some chemistry between the two of you, some veterans out here and playing. I'm happy to be a part of this.
Yeah, I'm gonna have to. The gray hairs apparently are more than just for show at this point. So, yeah, we got a good game underway though, Lemon and Elos, because there is a lot to kind of be unpacked here as we get into the games today.
Yeah, for those just joining us, here's what we have on deck for you. The schedule of today, we have the grand finals of Overwatch between Northwood University and Bay State College. Like I said, this is the end of the road. We're deciding who's the best of the best. Northwood coming from that upper bracket. And then right after Overwatch, you'll want to hang tight because Harrisburg University will be gunning for Winthrop University. And that'll be the end of the show. But this would not all be possible without some of our sponsors, namely Corsair. Our gamers, they have some pretty good equipment, and Corsair is always going to be part of that. They're a leading global developer and manufacturer of high-performance gear and technology for gamers, content creators, and, of course, PC enthusiasts. From award-winning PC components and peripherals to premium streaming equipment, smart ambient light, Corsair delivers a full ecosystem of products that work together to enable everyone, from casual gamers to committed professionals, to perform at their very best. Corsair is a proud sponsor of the NACE Starleague and Fall Grand Finals. So the best of the best equipment, and we're going to have the best of the best teams on your screen. LaFawn, I'll start with you. There's a lot of familiar names in this series between Northwood and Bay State. Break down for me Northwood's journey up until the grand finals. They look like they're doing pretty good from the upper bracket.
Yeah, they are. And I mean, their playoff run belies kind of their regular season performance too. They're the only team that was kind of in our top 5 that actually dropped a match, right? They had an interesting regular season where they did lose one, but in this time since then in the playoff bracket have made it an undefeated run. Eventually, in fact, taking down Bay State College earlier in the bracket, sending them to the losers finals. So definitely, as we get a quick look at as to how these teams made it here, you can see those score lines. Northwood University, yeah, winning out, not just winning out, but winning out pretty handily in the scoreline, only dropping one map in each of their series to this point. So a very, very strong team who have won a lot. Names that you will kind of be familiar with when we get to the rosters, but big expectations here from Northwood in our game today.
And maybe different expectations of who their opponent could have been or is. Bay State College from a Game 5 victory over Harrisburg will be their opponent. Lowe's, were you maybe expecting Harrisburg, or Bay State kind of the destined opponent for Northwood all along?
In that initial fight during the lower finals, I really thought Harrisburg University was going to be the team to take it all, but it was a miracle moment here for Bay State College. In the final few seconds on Havana on map 3, Bay State College turned it around and came through with a reverse sweep. And finally, we have this rematch between Bay State College and Northwood University. If anyone was going to make this happen, it was going to be BSC, as even seasons from Northwood University expected them to meet them back in the grand finals.
Well, I really wonder if this ultimate anime battle between Bay State and Northwood, if Bay State can put a dent into the plot armor of Northwood, who are coming from that upper bracket, but they won't be going away empty-handed no matter the result of this match. Here's your prizing breakdown of what everyone is fighting for. We're in the grand finals. $5,000 for the winner of this best of 5 series. In second place, not going away broke. $2,500. That's not too shabby. And third and fourth has already been awarded. And not only do they get money, they get a fancy, shiny, big old trophy. Look at this thing. LaFawn, tell me your initial reaction. I don't remember the last time Overwatch had a trophy.
I mean, ooh, the shiny, right? Like, anytime you see a trophy, like, I want it. And I mean, the players not only get to win it, they actually get to keep it. Apparently gets to go to their trophy case back in their school. So fighting for prize money, fighting for glory too, recognition across the board. So definitely a big match. And I think, one of the things that we've kind of intuited through the entirety of this has been, you said this was sort of the anime battle. These two teams have played each other incredibly consistently over the playoff brackets. In fact, Northwood just beat Bay State College yesterday too. So in another match they kind of faced off against. So a lot here in terms of the expectations between these squads, I think. And so I'm interested to see how this one kind of opens up and how Bay State reacts.
Well, Lowe's, you got to see the trophy. I mean, how much you flexing on kids when you're able to bring that home for your school? How much do you think a trophy and all this recognition means for an esports program?
Hey, money's money, but I think clout goes a lot more distance in terms of what your university is going to do. If you come home with a trophy, I think you're going to have a lot more respect. Bring it to class, bring it to the dining hall, let everyone know that you are the champions here at the NACE Starleague. But I think if you're coming home with that, you're coming home with just much more than a trophy, money, it's glory. And this is something that I think especially Bay State College is looking for, because they've lost multiple times, a lot against Northwood. So they definitely have something to prove here today.
Hey, Northwood, though, is a beatable team, and Bay State, they're the last team remaining to put just any kind of dent into that anime plot armor that we're talking about. Let's zoom in on the particular rosters. LaFon, I know you couldn't wait to talk about some of these players. We've casted some of these guys for years. Break down who you're most looking forward to seeing.
I mean, standing at the top, it has to be kind of the tank line for Northwood University has been sort of the standout performance. They like to play that Wrecking Ball composition a lot. And the reason I focus on the composition specifically now is because Northwood hasn't been forced off of it. And a lot of that has come down to the Wrecking Ball play from Northwood University, right? And bolstered, of course, by Cowman on the Sigma. So there's a lot stepping in here from Northwood across the roster. And I mean, even after we kind of glance away from the tank line, the rest of the squad aren't slouches either. Lep, a brilliant main support. NACE steps up in a big way on the DPS as well. So Northwood University really a team to kind of set the pace of the match, and it's based a lot on sort of that composition they like to run.
And Los, Bay State, their opponent, well, they have a 9-0 record. Do they have a 10 out of 10 roster in your eyes?
They're darn close to it, I'd say, Lemon Kiwi, because multiple players on this roster have shined throughout this playoffs, and I want to speak specifically on one of the DPS players. It's Cabe. He's always in the back line, always looking for flanks, but one issue with that is they are a feast or famine type player. If they are not getting the picks they need, they are doing such little damage, but when they're hot, they are hot. I'm especially looking forward to Cabe bringing out the Sombra to get some hacks in. Definitely if you're looking to stop that Wrecking Ball from having a superior impact, but also I want to take a look over at Forgotten, who has some magic in their hands in terms of the hit scan ability, especially working with their Ashe.
I know Bay State, these names I've been casting for ages. They're continuously improving and trying to make their names known in the scene. And I think, I think a lot of Northwood players eventually move up to the Overwatch League. Bay State, I think, will be the next stars of tomorrow. And well, on the bench, you can't forget the important substitutes that are providing that variety. LaFon, you were telling me before the show that sometimes when you have these substitutions, it can be kind of a hint as to what to expect in the map. Could you elaborate more on that?
Right. Actually, Bay State is one of the few teams that has a consistent sort of style, right? And it's one of those is that Neb will step in on the main support role. And if Neb comes in, they're often playing a Brigitte base composition, right? A lot of the time that's a dive. If you see Mikan in, there's usually going to be a Mercy or a Lucio in play. Not to say that both these players can't flex off of those, but that tends to just be sort of the direction the teams are going in based on the map that they're on.
Los, well, there's a lot favoring Northwood right now, but tell me, what is the key to success for Bay State to potentially upset this series and maybe even win over Northwood?
Well, I think it's definitely focusing on preventing that Wrecking Ball, having that ability to spin to win, keeping them off of the objective a lot of times, and even in their recent matchup, especially when it comes over to control. Northwood has had the ability to put the pressure back onto Bay State College by just taking 10% away, flipping the point, flipping the objective, and making them sweat a little bit. But if they can ensure that there is no contest, make sure it doesn't go to overtime, at least on their favor, that should be a good opportunity for them to win. Also, make sure Seasons doesn't have free reign in the sky on that Echo.
Yeah, keep an eye on Seasons. What?
He's playing sorry Echo? About that.
Okay, I was gonna say, wait, He flexed it. He's the ultimate player. Who did you mean?
NACE.
Oh, NACE, yeah, that guy is cracked. I'm so excited to watch NACE as he grows his career, and we're gonna get to see him live on this match. Thank you so much for your insight, Los. Looking forward to seeing you next time.
Thanks for having me. Later. Enjoy the game.
Bye. Everyone wave. Everyone say goodbye right now.
Bye.
Okay, he's gone.
There was a little stinger, so you couldn't hear me, but that's we got to see Los get some insight there. So excellent stuff. Lemon, this game, as we're gonna get underway in just a moment, I'm extremely excited, right? The rematch, of course. The storylines almost write themselves. Northwood having that plot armor in certain situations, right? Los kind of hinted at it, where they would sometimes just flip the point back in their favor on several of the map types and kind of inch the game away from you slowly, and eventually until they ran away with it. So a lot definitely here as Los kind of hinted at there.
We'll be jumping into this best of 5 any second now. Map 1 has been decided. Loser gets to pick it. And any minute now we'll be jumping in. LaFon, control maps can be so chaotic just because of the nature of how small the map is and how very little time you have to build ultimates and cycle through them properly. What are you looking most forward to seeing in this map 1?
Well, I think one of the interesting things about NACE Starleague this season specifically to, sort of extend the answer to your question is we've seen this map a lot. In fact, Lijiang Tower has been the most played map in this entire season by a percentage point of like 90% or something. We've only seen other control maps twice. So immense there. What that really means is that we've kind of seen how these teams like to play a lot. It's very high tempo, really playing around sort of a setup phase, kind of get that dive in initially, take the picks out, then kind of rotate to the objective later. So to answer your question about how those fights kind of tend to go, a lot of that does seem to be sort of the style these teams are playing, right? Go for the picks, then sort of transition into objective capture, rather than kind of focusing on the point, then sort of extrapolating out from there.
Absolutely. And I'm looking forward to this match. I'm looking forward to you guys seeing this match, but if you want to also see better, think about the gunner difference. A unique lens technology combats digital eye strain and blocks harmful blue light. I know I wish I could have that right now because gaming during long amounts of hours gives me headaches, and I wish I had that gunner difference, but I also wish we had map 1. We'll be going into this shortly. $5,000 on the line for first place, and we'll see. Bay State, they won their lower bracket final match in a game 5. We'll see if they can just go the distance again against Northwood. Just kind of comparing rosters, I would say I would give the edge to Northwood just because of that name recognition, that experience in contenders. But these newcomers in that tier 2 scene, like the players of Bay State, they've really impressed me. So I'm looking forward to seeing how much they've leveled up during this Overwatch offseason.
Yeah, and I think the other thing to note is, we kind of talk about map 1 as well, is that this is the map that Bay State took against Northwood in the previous matchup that they had, right? Lijiang Tower is the map they ended up winning. So, yeah, I guess the sort of the mirror here is I've seen the careers of the Northwood players kind of grow to this point over the last couple of seasons, and so I think Bay State now taking the baton and running with it, seeing if they can improve to that level as well, is going to be an important part of this series specifically, as we kind of expect. Map 1 to be competitive. I think that's the important part too, right? That even if Bay State ends up dropping this map, being a close map is going to mean a lot for the rest of the series.
Yeah, and there was one thing you brought up earlier about Cowman and just one of the players that kind of stood out to you, and I really agree on that. Cowman is one of my favorite Sigmas to watch, and one of my favorite people to cast. Sigma especially is someone that you have to post up and be ready to brawl with, and Cowman is that alpha person that you can look forward to just hold the position and hold a different angle. And I think Cowman, easy to say, one of the best Sigmas in contenders. I know it's the off season, so I'm sure he's gotten so much better over time.
Yeah, I think the other thing too, when you talk about Cowman, is how well he plays off his DPS as well. We talked about NACE specifically. In that sort of situation, they have a lot of flexibility here. A lot of the times you have like this focused tracer echo player, and then you have the hit scan player in sort of this matchup. For Northwood, they actually have that kind of rotate through. So NACE will sometimes play, the Echo will sometimes play the Tracer. They will sometimes play the hit scan too. We've seen Widowmaker, we've seen Hanzo. So this team has a lot of hyper flexibility. And that mirror alongside Cowman allows them to just take space, hold it, and say, you're not coming here. And a lot of the times, the opposition does not have a response to it.
Absolutely. Game 1 ready to go. And Los mentioned to be careful about NACE's Echo. And I absolutely agree, because Echo is one of those heroes that are meant to punish other people, especially those on the off angle. But that's when it kind of acts as a Pharah character in the sky that you really have to gun them down as soon as you see that Echo. And if there's a mercy pocket on top of that, I know you were telling me maybe we could expect Mikan to pick up that role or just act as a mercy for their team. That's when the Echo is going to become more and more difficult to play with. So I'm wondering if Northwood, is that going to be the ace up their sleeve?
I think that's the other thing. In terms of the ace up their sleeve, it's a lot of, you don't know what Northwood's going to throw you. You know generally what their composition is going to be, but the specifics of it and how they kind of play around those compositional picks can change up tremendously, right? The difference between, as you highlighted, an Echo versus a Tracer, and when you have a player that can play both very, very well, and you're not sure which style is going to come at you, that's a big difference maker, right? The Echo, sure, you have aerial control and you have to to kind of focus on that. Maybe you want to hit scan to counter it, but then the Tracer comes out and all of a sudden your backline's easy pickings. So that's it's a big coin flip there for this team, though. We are into the map now as we get underway here for the grand finals. Lemon Kiwi, it is going to be Lijiang Tower, as we highlighted, control center as our first point on this map. We are set to see the rush compositions duel out here as we get set to go.
And now, speaking of those rush compositions, I'm wondering if Kalman is going to go to the Sigma to complement that Reinhardt, what he's known for. Because the Orisa Reinhardt is not something you see too often. It kind of provides this bunker style. Orisa not really mobile, at least on this patch. I know on the experimental, she's gotten a lot of love, including a Santa hat. Yeah. But I'm wondering if Kalman is going to want to go Zarya, Sigma, or do you expect the Orisa here?
Bay State College plays a lot of Junkrat on this point, right? And so, I mean, yeah, it's not mobile, but the shields do soak up a lot of damage, even more so than the Sigma would, right? In terms of the sort of the projected barrier that Kalman can provide. So if it comes out, I won't be surprised. You are losing a lot of control in terms of the Sigma from the high ground, the damage throughput, so forth, right? But it's certainly possible that this is what they're electing to run here early on, and that would be the reason why.
And I kind of like the Diva, though, that Infernal has brought out, just because you have this hybrid tank line of at least a hero like Diva that can go to these high grounds. I'm wondering if you're not going to have a high ground contest, if maybe someone like, I don't know, Forgotten might want to tire from up there. I'm not expecting Cave to go up there, but maybe you could have a Junkrat from up high. We'll have to see how that goes. But usually the first ultimate you expect in a fight is that amplification matrix. So Abs versus Landon, they're going to have to put in a lot of work in this first fight to give their team an edge.
Yes, it's going to be coming through in the fight. Had a train of thought there about which resource I wanted to kind of talk about, but we'll get back there. Just talk about the Diva for a second. Yeah, I will say the one difference between the Diva versus the other off tank that you can kind of pick here is that Diva does not have a lot of like cycling ability, right? She has to choose between which she's applying. Either she's dealing damage or she's tanking, not both. Taking position, etc. Counter to that, to what a lot of the times Northwood likes to run, they're able to do both simultaneously, right? You either put the shield down, then you kind of forget about it and deal damage that way. So Northwood has kind of just like done the brute force kind of way of doing things, right? Where they have the survivability of the tank line, and then just continue to deal damage. Infernal has had to choose how to play that a little bit more. We're in the action already though, Lemon, and Bay State takes White Room super quickly.
And Northwood actually TP'd to the high ground, so let's see. They're ready to drop Kalman first, Season second with the charge already. He misses it. Now he has to keep that shield up, go back towards the point. Faded already had to receive the immortality field just to keep him up. And on and off angle is Forgotten, spraying down those supports, almost getting Landon so dangerously low. And through all of this chaos, we might only see our first kill now. Why did Faded stop hammering Dynasty? He was 1 health. And the Symmetra, the highest DPS, I think, in this lobby as they charge on up. But as the dominoes fall, it will be Northwood getting the point first.
And that's kind of where the Orisa comes into their own, right? They're setting up on the objective. Who's really going to focus you down, right? There isn't really anyone who can get past a shield and deal damage to you. And Kalman just plays the anchor there. Now, Northwood University have that control. They don't have a lot of resources. Landon slowly making their way up to the amplification matrix, rather. But you can see Bay State trying to press the issue and walk in aggressively.
Okay, the TP from Cabe brought them to the other side of the point. They're starting to surround them, but who's holding it down is Dynasty over in Server, who I think has a disengaged TP, so this is really good for Symmetra to be able to play on their own. As the Ant Matrix was brought up, Kalman slays them all down, and Northwood take their second fight.
Sometimes the fight really is as simple as the first pickoff comes through and you kind of run out of steam, right? The Ant Matrices were dueling there, but it's actually the Season's Fire Strike that gets the elimination. Now Bay State walking back to the drawing board. Season sitting in the corner here. They need to kind of identify the Earth Shatter.
Oh, the Shatter Seasons, can they identify it? Faded has blocked it. No one affected by Bay State. Cave with the Photon Bearer splits this lane in half as Northwood struggled to take advantage of the supercharger from Kalman that was placed, but Bay State losing Cave, losing Abs. They didn't have the resources, they didn't have the damage to keep this up, and Northwood at 75%, it's last fight territory.
And Cave has now made a switch over to the Reaper here, trying to duel in this close quarters, but look how aggressive Northwood is going through. This is how Soundberry to keep Season alive on that charge. They're just walking their spawn door.
Oh, Sound Barrier, all the ults have to come out for Bay State. This is your last chance, and now you got to think about who can touch this point. Sound Barrier from Mikan. Bay State reinforced, faded, knocked back by NACE as the self-destruct falls at the feet of Infernal. And Bay State, they rush to that point. I think Mikan might have gotten a touch, but Bay State don't have the members to win the fight, so it doesn't matter. 100-0 ends our first round of Lijiang Tower.
And you can see Northwood is having a ton of fun here, right? Going on the flank, the Reinhardt using the charge to just get in close and being kept alive. That's 100-0 on round number 1. Northwood University in complete control of that first objective, and now they get to go over to what I would consider their bread and butter in terms of the composition they like to run. As we get set for Garden, Bay State have a real wake-up call ahead of them. This is the map that they won, remember, in the last time these teams faced off, and Bay State College has to kind of wake up and take at least this point for sure.
No, Los was thinking Bay State, they had a chance if they could just win a fight in their favor, not go into overtime, but it's tough to just break through that choke of Control Center. Now we're on Gardens. Doomfist again from Dynasty. Or actually, it was NACE last time who had the Doomfist, and now it's NACE on the Echo. Los said he was worried about this. There is the Hammond pile drive from Seasons, the finish from NACE. It's clinical, and Northwood with first blood head to the point to cap in 6 seconds.
And this is the real threat that Northwood University bring. Look at the fact that Dynasty is now on the Doomfist and still putting pressure, and it's the NACE show, though, right? The pocket comes in from Lep, highlighted there, and it is going to be sort of that difference maker in these engagements. Just able to put so much pressure on the tank line, especially with that focusing beam. And you're looking for a pickoff now from Bay State.
Can they get it? Faded is so low. Dip, dive, and dodge, but the focus fire couldn't nail down Faded, and Infernal cleans up the kills. And I like that Infernal is putting pressure on the Echo and the Mercy. That is 100% your job as the Diva, unless you can have Cabe duel it pretty well with the Mikan pocket, because Forgotten on the Tracer doesn't have the range to deal with that. So only 12% for Northwood as Bay State take their first fight.
And there was an adaptation made by Bay State College in that last fight. They actually get Infernal off the Wrecking Ball, or sorry, off the Roadhog into the Diva. So you have a little bit more peel potential here from your team as Bay State continue just to put pressure on this bridge.
Oh, the pulse and the stick, but Lanen saved a lamp just in time. As Base, they continue to stuff them at the choke of the bridge. It's tough to cross, especially with all the environmental hazards of maybe a Lucio of Abs might knock you off. There's 2 Hammonds on the field you gotta worry about. There's a hog from Cowman, but he finds the bottom, and the Mines getting credit for that. Bay State will hold on for a second fight.
Oh, nice peel there to prevent Dynasty from getting the elimination on to Mikan in that engagement. They're not done yet, though. Northwood are trying to make this one go through. Faded says no thank you, though, and that's going to be the reset here as, Northwood University, sure, they actually survived that pulse bomb, but that opens up, right? They're not quite done here. Still trying to make this one happen, Lemon.
Dynasty, it was risky to Meteor Strike a Mercy when they can just fly to a target and escape it quite easily, and he got caught in the middle of 5 people baited into it as Bay State continue to get all these first bloods in the fight. But with this duplicate from NACE, he's still trying to build up towards those mines, but the clock is dwindling, and he doesn't manage to get that ult out. Dynasty expends the pulse bomb. No elimination from that, as Seasons the only ultimate that Northwood can depend on, and it's 80% for Bay State.
And this is really a situation of Northwood's own making, right? They actually keep this fight going as it truly hasn't reset yet.
The pile drive from Seasons. He's getting stuck, though. The lamp was thrown. Here's the echo from above from Cabe. But he's got the sound barrier, so that's when you want to go buck wild. But he's going to use that duplicate. I think he thought he was going to die to the other echo. The whole hog is going to make a lot of space, and Cowman is MIA. The whole hog to finish off Landon as Bay State. They got 100-0'd in the first round, and look how the tables have turned. But Northwood, they're still contesting. I think NACE and Seasons are still hanging around, buying time for reinforcements. But this clock is going to dwindle very fast, and Bay State will be forcing a round 3.
That is incredible stuff from Bay State College. That was a lot of pressure coming in from Northwood University. Not really ever resetting that fight. When the point flipped over, Northwood kept trying to trickle in slowly, and Bay State College just kept getting those initial pickoffs, right? Just preventing them from resetting as a 6 to constantly just keep a skirmish for that entire round, essentially, giving them the 100-12. So a kind of mirrored out scoreline in terms of what we can appreciate from these teams after two. And so now we go to the third point to tiebreak and see who takes this first map.
And I want to shout out someone like Faded. The Reinhardt, it was tough to against Northwood, who I think are just so clinical on that comp, but his Hammond made a huge difference, like a humongous difference for Bay State on that guarded map, and I'm glad that he's bringing it back out, matched with Infernal on the Diva, and I think they're going to continuously just look at this NACE with Mercy Pocket of Lep. And you also now have the Nano Boost available from Landon, which I think would usually go over to NACE unless Seasons is in a great pile drive position. But we're in a poke phase right now. The point will unlock in 8 seconds. And Northwood, their shields are broken.
Yeah, speaking of poke, that's just a straight up elimination. Is Forgotten gets taken out, and this is going to slowly tick away from Bay State. Northwood taking a lot of space here.
Oh, that's a good shot from Dynasty. Didn't get the finish on the Echo. Was looking for the Moth following behind the Mercy. Body shot, not going to be enough. Sleep and buy onto the Hammond. Great job by Landon. They'll get the elimination on the Hammond as Northwood, they managed to cap, and it's just really an elimination that buys more time for them to get more points.
What I'm really liking from Northwood University here is that they're just continuing putting pressure on the spawn, right? Don't allow Bay State to truly reset. Make them take a lot of damage on the entry. Cave gonna go switch over now to the Sombra here, so perhaps putting pressure on Seasons with the hack, right? You'd kind of look at that, or even maybe NACE by taking them out of the air.
And Cabe, I mean, is a good assassin for Landon, who's already given that nano, but this time to Seasons, and sometimes you give that to the Hammond if they're just right in the thick of it, but pile drive. Oh, but no CC really from Bay State except a Sombra, so yeah, Cabe really has to gun for Seasons, who's been allowed to live for so long. He's even built up towards mines, but just bowled right out of there, could not save Cowman or Lep as NACE makes the space back with the self-destruct on the point. And at this time, you don't really have any friends if you're Northwood, so you just are trying to die on the point, hence the self-destruct on the objective. Seasons gonna make his way back. Northwood think this is winnable. They've just used Valkyrie.
Oh, that's a hack onto Forgotten. They're dead.
Uh-oh. That is not in Bay State. I don't know. I think they expected it was going to be a free win as Cowman Gravitic Flux. Maybe just one target is good enough. You only have one support if you're Bay State. It's McCon who's 1 HP, finished off by NACE. No healing for Bay State as we've reached the 75% mark for Northwood.
And you need to, now this is a really problematic state for Bay State College. They don't have a way to kind of engage. They're going to be down to 3 more players, and they have to full reset with only 15% left on the clock. They don't have an opportunity to touch. Who is the person that's going to get the overtime objective ticked over here? It looks like Cade might try to get there.
He's getting in position for EMP and just has to dodge Landon, just spy checking. So is Cowman, and I guess he's going to be the one to touch, but Bay State, where's the follow-up? Faded there, the nano to Cowman. Landon getting assassinated by the, I guess, duo of Forgotten and Abs in the back. Cabe still has an EMP, and if Bay State can conserve this, they'll have a chance to snowball this and close the gap in the score.
Forgotten absolutely went wild in that fight, right? The one clip onto the backline, or the duel there with the support as well of Abs, and they actually are able to take that back with basically no resources committed. And that's huge for Bay State College because they're on the precipice of losing this one. It's going to be dueling EMPs here. Dynasty versus Cabe. Eyes on the Sombras to see who gets more value.
Cabe is in the position in the corner for the EMP. It drops onto Northwood. Landon and Lep are gone. And there's just no trades that can be found from Northwood. So that's what Bay State have to do if they want to go to 0 to 100 to cycle these ults properly.
Yeah, that's a great fight win, right? Just one ult to win it out. You can see the reset come in. Dynasty gets spotted, but there's no way to really punish here with the translocator. And that means Northwood, seeing the Diva being resetting to go back to their spawn room to get the mech back, they're going to try and take advantage, just walk in.
Oh, there's an respawning EMP from Dynasty. Hits her 4 or 5 of Bay State as Payton dropped the mines. That's when they knew that was the time to pull the trigger. Overtime though into effect. Northwood have control. Bay State race back to keep that candle wick burning, but it's so difficult. Abs and McCon are barely staying alive. They're getting flanked by Northwood while the rest of Bay State's front line are more focused on the objective. But Faded in. Forgotten with a great pulse kill on the Landon. Lep is the only healer. Cowman's gonna back him up with a shatter. Bay State are on the floor, but they're clapping back with everything they have, tooth and nail. Bay State forced the round 3, and they're not going down without a fight.
That fight is still commencing. Mikan with the coalescence here, just trying to keep the team alive. Damage throughput. Lep, though, responding with the rally.
That's big. Oh, he's even going and stunning. He forced out McConn's fade, and he's got to call that out for someone. Any DPS to go and finish off. That's when the Moira is most slow, and McCon does. NACE with the double kill. Dynasty with the third, and Northwood will start our grand final up 1-0.
What an exclamation point on this series at the very beginning, Lemon. These teams fighting absolutely tooth and nail just to keep everything in contention. Lep will get the highlight here, but we are truly the ones rewarded with some excellent gameplay. I mean, that 99% cycle, even though they lost the map, even though they lost the round, keeping the point in contention for that long, incredibly impressive from Bay State, especially with the fact that was an 100-0 opening round, right? The recovery from Bay State for the rest of that map, impressive stuff.
Yeah, and Lep did get play of the game, but he also, I think, got play of the game also at the end when he shield bashed McCon, forced out the fade, called it out to NACE. NACE got the double kill, and if you can remove the Moira from a Lucio Moira support line from the fight, the bulk of the heals are gone, and resources when you're in an overtime fight like that are so critical, and that's when the dice have been rolled. That's what you're looking forward to seeing in the kill feed of whose supports are living the longest. So that was a really great call by Lep and the rest of Northwood, who have incredible synergy between themselves.
Yeah, that's, as we kind of fade over to how Northwood performed that match, the thing that's been most impressive in terms of the standout from them has been kind of the, cycling of their front line and back line. The damage dealers are kind of following up on what the tank space is being created. And then the damage, obviously, when you have players like NACE and Dynasty, they're hitting their shots. That's not the surprise, but it's how quickly and cleanly they follow up on that space being made that I think is most impressive with Northwood in that first map.
And when we look at Control Center, which was the most decisive victory for Northwood, they continue with the Rhine Orisa setup, which is less common, but you had brought up that it was a reaction to just seeing Junkrat over the many games that Bay State have played. And it ended up working out, gave them also a fight-winning ability of the Supercharger. So were you a fan of continuing to see the Reinhardt Orisa from Northwood?
I think in the sense that if it faces what Bay State kind of run, I think we won't see it too much in the rest of the series, except maybe the only time I could see that edge case coming through is if we go to like, Rialto, or sorry, not Rialto, Havana, on that first stage. It's, as you said, sort of a response to that Junkrat look, but I think one of the most espoused stats is that Supercharger has the highest fight win rate of any ultimate in the game, and we can see why there, right? It won them a fight essentially single-handedly. So yeah, I think this is something that Northwood is underrepresented in, is that their response to how their opposition plays is impressive, right? We talked at the top of the show that Northwood hasn't been forced off their composition, and they haven't. I still think that's true, but that doesn't mean that they're sort of static and just running what they want, ignoring everything else. They're playing around what their opposition is bringing to the table as well.
Absolutely. And you told me your favorite moments of this match, the key things to look out for, but LaFon also made us a video about his favorite moments of the season. Check it out.
Well, hey there. I'm LaFon, and it's time to get to that part of the year where we get to reminisce on some of our favorite moments throughout the regular season and into the early parts of the postseason. I think for me specifically, a moment that stands out is with a team rather than an individual moment, sort of their performance across the season. Bay State College came in on broadcast incredibly confident, full of swagger, played out their hearts, and then in the end of the game would often, throw a little bit of spice in the interviews, and that's always fun. They did get knocked down into the lower brackets by Northwood, but at the end of that game, we got an interview with Northwood that said they expected to see Bay State College in the finals up against them again. And then, playing against Harrisburg in the lower bracket finals, they were about to be eliminated. And then, in that moment, the Bay State that we kind of expected through the regular season stepped up, and they were able to complete the reverse sweep, cementing themselves in the grand finals. And I think that confidence under pressure, that level of expectation that even their opponents had for them really marks Bay State College's playoff run as my highlight moment of the season.
Hey everybody, welcome back to the NACE Starleague Fall 2021 Grand Finals, hosted by the University of Maryland. It's a mouthful, but we got lots of good action coming at you. It's Lemmy Kiwi, it's LaFon going into map 2 between Northwood and Bay State. We still got a round 3 out of Lijiang Towers, so are Bay State making a comeback?
They certainly are not lying down and just letting Northwood do whatever they want, right? So I think we can go.
Yeah.
We can at least say that for sure. In terms of how they're going to perform in this next map, to the surprise of absolutely everyone, our second map is going to be King's Row, right? There's nothing particularly predictable about this whatsoever. But no, jokes aside, the truth of the matter is this really does favor or play into what Bay State College really likes to do, right? Play that aggressive sort of rush composition, just continue to try and put pressure on the back line and find space to work there because again, while the dive composition works really well, that wrecking ball here on this map that Northwood plays a lot of, the truth is if you can force them away from that high tempo that NACE and Dynasty can really set up for you, you're going to find a little bit more success, or at least I think that's what Bay State College is kind of going for here.
Yeah, and this time Northwood going for Landon on the Baptiste on the defense here of King's Row, where in that last round of Lijiang Tower, they had utilized the Ana, but I thought I was maybe expecting to just nano boost NACE, like put even more stonks into your DPS, but it was going over to Seasons that time. But at least now that you have the Baptiste, you have that window opportunity. You got a window of opportunity. You got the amplification matrix for your first fight. Bay State, you're saying hello with some snipers.
Yeah, I mean, Cabe's gonna go for a pick, doesn't see anything, will likely switch over to something a little bit more stable, right? You need something with more shield break potential. Oh, that's a good start. I mean, listen, you find the pick off, NACE not respecting the hit scan. Cabe's can go back to the room and switch over to the Echo, yeah. So you already burned the cooldown of the Resurrect though, so this is a good opening for Bay State College.
Well, you can't forgive that one. Yeah, it's pretty long cooldown for that Resurrect, and you see NACE just going right back to the back of Hotel, but you also have to keep an eye on that doorway because you could have these flankers, mainly Forgotten and Cabe, who are going to be working at opposite angles, and that's Cowman's job to keep charge of Hotel, but the front line kind of fell, and at long range, Forgotten has gotten his third pick as Hanzo, so Northwood, it's going to be tough for them to regain control as 2 ticks slip by for Bay State.
Yeah, but this is now where the respawns come through, and Northwood University have played this well. They give up 2 ticks, but they actually gain control, and with Landon's amplification matrix, they're not letting this one go.
Yeah, now you're starting to build ultimates, but maybe Northwood thinks this is winnable. They placed the amplification matrix where I maybe would have expected them to maybe give this up and use that for the long lane that comes after this archway, so it's not going to be able to get Northwood back on the objective, so Bay State, with what, almost 3 minutes remaining, will unlock the card.
Something Bay State has identified after the second round of Lijiang Tower is that Northwood University don't like to reset on fights. If they think it's winnable, they're going to go for it. And I think Bay State has identified that here. Forgotten recognizes that there are people walking through the choke and uses the Dragon Strike. They're kind of punishing Northwood's aggression here. And instead, continue it now on this next fight.
Oh man, Cowman almost got pulled into a halt accretion, and if Bay State just had called it a little bit better, that could have canceled the ultimate, but the halt, but a responding Dragon Strike from Forgotten just pierces the lane. Northwood head for the hills, and Valkyrie from Lep, it's just to give maybe a damage boost for trying to get a clap back, but you can see that NACE is trying to punish anyone overextending, but you need that initial damage. Cabe is going to copy an Orisa and trap Seasons in the Mega Pack room, finish him off, have a supercharger, and that'll help Bay State push even more.
They're not done yet. I mean, you can see Northwood's still committing to this fight.
You just got resurrected into a dragon. Okay, dodging, Bay State, reinforced. They just gotta deal with this pesky Echo in their backline. Forgotten posting up. The halt from the Orisa is sure gonna help line up the pins, as Cowman's the only one left from Northwood, and Bay State with this fight win, which felt like it never ended, could get closer to point B.
Yeah, you can see now the switch comes over for Seasons onto the Wrecking Ball. Cabe gonna mirror out onto a Tracer, so a lot more mobility here. That's a terrifying thing about NACE, though. That fight was lost, and still, there was like a moment of doubt. Is NACE gonna really clutch here? Now here comes that re-engage of the Dragon Strike into the Pile Driver.
Oh, that was so sick. I was wondering if anyone was gonna die to that. Dynasty claims too, and it's just starting to match Forgotten on that Hanzo, who I thought was the star of the show at the start. But Dragon Strike this time from Forgotten gets challenged by NACE, and he can 1v1 quite easily. Going chasing after Cabe, he escapes into the shadows, and Bay State wiped away from capping point B.
Yeah, and now Forgotten is kind of just, Cabe rather, is just sort of caught in the backline. Yeah, Landon not going to allow that to last for very much longer. So the reset comes in, and now Bay State College have to slow this one down, because this is now where Northwood can kind of set the tempo off the back of Seasons specifically, right? If the Wrecking Ball kind of gets into your backline and can do a lot of damage, then, you know, you're kind of playing at the speed that Northwood wants to. So Bay State has to slow down and play the double shield, you know, kind of take the front line and then try and move slowly through the second phase, not allowing the tanks to kind of get value in the back.
Missed the moment to engage if you're Bay State. You just saw Seasons' shield get broken. You stunned up Seasons. Cowman has their gravitic flux. NACE getting into position to help out once he's ready to unleash it. But they're more trying to deal with the supercharger of Faded. And that's NACE who flew above, eliminated that. Bay State are left without that advantage. They take shelter into the Mega Pack room, and as they approach, the Pulse Bomb from Cabe came flying out. Landon placed the Immortality Field, and no one got sacrificed to that. So Northwood take another defensive fight.
Yeah, and here's that highlight. Oh, NACE is actually going to duplicate on a Mercy, try to chase them down.
Okay, Leb.
Wait, this is just a spawn trap. Hello?
No one's home. No. Get out of here. Wait. Oh my god, they're even bowling people forward. Bay State are under fire, and this is exactly what these Northwood players do. If they don't feel like they're being challenged, they start to kind of pull off these shenanigans.
Yeah, I mean, here's the thing, right? Bay State is going to have to use ultimates to get out of their spawn room. That's disastrous.
That's not a feels good, man. And Landon can't jump out of that one. Bay State, they took a fight win, not exactly on their terms, not exactly the way they wanted, but they are meters away from capping B. But Seasons is still behind him, and he's gonna have to contest to buy time for another fight.
They're still gonna think about, okay, Cowman gets absolutely eliminated in that quick run through, and I don't think Season should survive much longer either. Yeah, that's gonna be the point capture here now for Bay State College. But think how bad it feels in the mental game, right? When you're in your spawn room and you have to use ultimates just to get out, and the fights that you're winning have really been off this aggressive play where Northwood just bites off more than they can chew.
I'm seeing also Bay State just looks so much more comfortable on this composition. Like, Forgotten is having incredible performance on this Hanzo, matching up against someone like Dynasty, super well known in the region. Dragon Strike through the right side. Blue and red makes purple, and no one is able to really move. Trapped by the Dragon ultimates. Bay State, though, making their way forward. They've lost Faded, one shield down, one left in Infernal. McCon stuck in Mega Pack room after the rally is unleashed. They couldn't hold the space to deny the Resurrect as a retaliation. Oh, the Gravitic Flux from Cowman got canceled by Infernal. And Northwood, though, they're still on the cart.
Yeah, this has been a really good duel by both squads here in this sort of how they're playing. Just unfortunate thing is that Bay State has just much further to walk from their spawn room. So Northwood just going to slow it down, use the minefield to deny space, and the Resurrect comes through. Forgotten, of course, now switching over to the Cassidy, so a little bit more long-range hit scan, ideally to put pressure on both Seasons and NACE. Oh. And right as I say it, the headshot comes in from the Hanzo, and it's going to be a reset here for Bay State.
Yeah, for these longer range, I feel like the Hanzo's going to be a little bit better. The arrow drop-off can be an issue to deal with mechanically. As Bay State, they're just crushing it. I thought they were getting staggered, and then they just kept filing in. Amp Matrix and everything. Abs on fire. Could get the last shot on the left. Missed the jump. Little bit too short. But has found the supports of Northwood, who are still holding a high ground they shouldn't be.
That duel, Forgotten against the final blow, but that's just some anime stuff right there. Forgotten walking back in, nice tap, and this should be the capture here as NACE trying desperately to stagger, limit recall forced, and it's just the last moments here trying to trickle down to overtime.
Comes down to 33 seconds for Bay State's finish, but still good for them considering they almost got spawn capped at some point. But Northwood, you know, I think they got away with that with other teams, but I don't think you can get away with that as much with Bay State.
Right. And I think something that's been interesting here has been there's a lot of times where when you have a team that plays as aggressively as Northwood can, you can fall into the trap of, you know, playing a game that's not your own. Bay State College, even when they kind of lose those fights, they're still losing the fights in a way that doesn't break their style of gameplay. That's an incredibly convoluted way of saying that Bay State is still not being forced off their game. And when they come back in the next fight, you know, with their resources available to them, you know, the ultimate cooldowns, etc., they're able to put pressure on Northwood because, you know, they're playing the way they practice. And that is incredibly important, you know, as we kind of get to the later rounds. And remember, this is the grand finals. There are no more mistakes to be made. So if under these high pressure situations, Bay State College still can continue this, I think it bodes really well for especially the rest of Kings Row.
Yeah, with these Hammond comps, I feel like the best way to play it is to play on your terms. And what I mean by that is when the other team isn't ready. So as much as we meme on Northwood's like, haha, spawn hold, that was weird. They realized that Bay State were out of position because they were just coming out of spawn. They're just like hanging out, waiting for everyone to file in. And Northwood realized this was the moment you could punish these isolated members, drop mines, invest ultimates, push people more out of position, use the Hammond techs. And Bay State were caught off guard. But what Bay State did better is I felt like they realized they made the mistake. They were out of position, just coming out of spawn, who cares? But their re-engage and their punish when Northwood would overextend for those fights. I think Bay State won 2 fights off of Northwood trying to go further than they should have. And Bay State turned point B around just like that.
Yeah, and that's the mark of just 2 good teams playing, finding those incremental moments to, like the mid-fight adaptation, the mid-game adaptation. To wit on your point, how often do we walk out of spot in ranked and just kind of, we're thinking about something else? Like, what's for dinner?
I'm emoting.
Yeah,
I'm
that's
just like spinning around,
exactly,
spraying the wall.
So, a lot of times teams, you kind of get caught up in that. And I think for Bay State, that one fight, it happened, and then it didn't happen after that. So that's impressive stuff. And the one thing that's really highlighted here is that the composition switch ups are. I want to really draw attention to this because it's a very small thing that teams kind of do, and a lot of teams do it poorly. In that when it's time to switch a character because you need a hero that's just not working anymore, it doesn't solve any problems. Picking the right time to switch to a different hero so you can actually gain potential in your fights is a critical part of this, and I think both these squads are doing that perfectly. So keep an eye out on that as we kind of move through the rest of Kings Row. The one that comes to mind obviously is the Cassidy switch from Forgotten, right? Playing that mid-range a little bit so you can play a little bit closer. It's a little bit more consistent with the damage, right? With hit scan, obviously you have the flashbang available to put pressure onto Seasons, and then NACE just can't get quite as much free reign in the sky. Still a lot, but whatever you can kind of take away from the opposition is a good start. So I'm really liking what I'm seeing from Bay State here in these kind of adaptation moments.
And if you are just joining us, player called for a pause. We're only about to join the second half, and this time it will be Northwood's attacking round. Bay State finished with 33 seconds. I did like the adjustments that Forgotten did, and especially his Hanzo, I already said, was cracked. Not only did you get the initial pick at the start, you forced the resurrect, you got another pick, and this is how they were able to snowball and only take a minute to take the initial point objective. So big fan of how Bay State went to obviously a composition that they're more comfortable with. Even Faded looks tremendously better as a main tank on this squad.
Yeah, we're seeing extreme brilliance, I think, in those moments. Now, the question that comes to me, or the question that comes to mind when Bay State now head to the defense is, the pressure's kind of off them in a way. They captured the full map. There's time remaining in their time bank. So, with Northwood University, Northwood now, the onus is on them. They have to complete the map. They have to complete with time remaining. Actually, they just have to complete the map. But in this particular instance, Bay State College have a little bit more room to play with, right? They're not worried about getting, a mandatory first point hold. It'd be ideal, obviously, but they're going to be able to play a little bit more aggressive, I think. And Northwood University now has fewer opportunities to make mistakes to equalize this map.
We're going to see a difference in supports if this stays the way that it is. Makan will be putting all the eggs into that cave basket for the Echo, and this is going to make it so that they can duel a lot easier with whoever they meet on the other side. Usually it would be a NACE Echo, but this time will be the range DPS, the Cassidy and the Hanzo, and this has a lot of shield break against Faded Infernals, so it has to cycle well, but they picked off Cowman, and that's interesting.
Keep an eye out on this duel here. Cave's going to play around Hotel a lot of the time, the Alderworth, because it gives it prevents NACE from just getting in and two-tapping the Echo, and it gives Cave more opportunity to span through. Look at NACE's HP bar go down. So that's really how Cave is going to play this one a little bit, and it's going to make things a lot more difficult for the front line of Northwood University.
Yeah, Northwood playing this brawl style, but leaving their DPS sort of behind, as look at the speed has been called by Lep. He got sniped in the process, but Northwood still charged, take shelter in the hotel while they'll get all their heals back, and Northwood have respawn advantage, but you see without Landon, without Lep, how much Northwood are suffering. They're getting out damaged, and Bay State continue to hold.
Forgotten picked up right where they left off, by the way. The Hanzo just singing today. Some nice shots coming in. Lep goes down, as you said, and that's going to herald the swap. As Seasons goes over to the Orisa, they're going to basically mirror out stylistically now. And again, Cave is just putting so much pressure on this backline. Look at those sticky bombs coming in.
And that's where that Mercy Pocket is. It's really helping out. You can have that extra damage, get these quick assassinations. Cowman's gonna go and contest the high ground. He's gonna have to just fend for himself, look for those packs, and Landon has been pressured too much, and that's been Northwood's issue, is their supports are getting picked, and that's when you have to go after someone like Forgotten. The Halt lines it up. Dynasty with a triple kill, and Northwood will get the card.
That is a phenomenal play there from the Hanzo. We are getting some excellent duels from these players. Now Northwood head to the second phase of King's Row. And I mean, here's the big problem for Bay State College. Northwood University have those impact resources. Here's that self-destruct, quite literally speaking. Gonna find two!
You saw the immortality field by Abs placed, and it was not completely around the corner, so was still able to get shot at, and that's when the self-destruct from Calman was so perfectly timed. And I love this overextension from Northwood to just get more stagger kills, so that Bay State are just wasting more time getting people back together.
Oh, this is... Lep, do you have any emotes bound? Now would be the time to use them. Just gonna slowly escort the cart. What would you call this dance, by the way? It's like a two-step? Like, what would you go for it? What would you call it?
The squat with the Glock? I don't know.
Oh, that's pretty good. I like that.
It kind of rhymes, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, Matrix though. Okay, Landon was trying to get some more picks and force Bay State to hide in the hallway. They respond with their own Amp Matrix. Oh, that's a beautiful hold from Seasons. It forced out the Echo duplicate from Cabe, who goes to the Diva. And this is a fantastic choice because if he gets the self-destruct, you throw that behind the Seasons shield. Cabe has it. Doesn't even know who to give it to. Well, Merry Christmas.
There it is. And that's the fireworks at the very end to make sure that they go through. And I mean, here, if Lep gets out, this will be very funny. Northwood University, Bay State College. This is kind of the continuation of what we saw on the on the flip side of the map, right? Just play up really aggressively. Here's that supercharger. They're not letting them walk in, actually. This fight's going to commence. This is more of a skirmish than anything as Forgotten sends the Dragon Strike into the bookstore here, forcing a separation.
Northwood might have to fight this. They placed the supercharger. They got trapped by the Dragon Strike of Forgotten. What a play. Northwood did not want to take this fight. They still had members coming back from respawn, and they realized, well, we could die or we could fight. And Seasons dropped the supercharger and made the call.
Yeah, that's just a good heads up play by Forgotten. 63%, by the way, on the Dragon Strike that he just used. So that's going to be, available in this next fight as the Hanzo continues to put pressure down. And a lot of this comes down to just a good moment-to-moment read. We talked about it on the spawn room side for Northwood. Bay State coming with the mirror play. Again, an Ant Matrix from Abs as they walk forward and catch the split-off players.
Oh, the hold from an off angle from Seasons, who came from the back alley to just line people up into the Dragon Strike. No kills. Great use of the immortality fields by both back teams, keeping their team somehow alive. Self-destruct. Could it be the cherry on top? It gets rid of Abs. McCon is still hanging around. I don't think you have the space to pull off a resurrect. And mainly Forgotten is getting rained on a little bit. So Northwood, they're back on the cart, and it's about damn time.
Yeah, Seasons with a great halt to open that up, right? Just prevent anyone from walking forward, the self-destruct in the back, and it's a rock and a hard place, right? You either get eliminated by the explosion, or it's all the damage that's kind of facing you in the front line. So that's going to herald this third point. That being said, that's a remarkable time bank disadvantage. 3 minutes, 5 seconds here. And if Bay State College play their cards right off this Dragon Strike, they can slow down this push early by, separating that front and back line yet again.
I'm looking for this Amp Matrix placement from Landon. This can be a long lane, but the Dragon Strike pierces first from Forgotten, not going into the Matrix of Cowman, who's on the other side, and it's still a first pick for Bay State, 6 versus 5, and thanks to the Macon Valkyrie, everyone is getting a piece of this damage boost as they're all clumped up together. NACE is able to even things up, and Cabe claps back, forces the NACE duplicate as Cabe had the focusing beam out, but unfortunately NACE copies of Baptiste, which is not the best person to use, but still getting an Amp Matrix up. It's still damage Northwood can utilize, and they're slowly turning this fight in their way until Infernal thinks it's winnable with the Gravitic Flux, but he has no supports alive, no Cabe Echo to finish off these kills. So Northwood, they're heading for the final part of King's Row.
Hero play coming in from Cabe, by the way, switching over to the Widowmaker for those instant picks. as Faded tries to walk out and contest the objective.
Oh, a self-destruct placed right on the other side of Season's shield. This will force them to hide, but they still survive. Oh my god. And you have the Dragon Strike through the left door. Bay State were killed before they could even leave the spawn. Northwood will be capping with over a minute. 2:09 to 1 minute is how things end up.
That is just pressure, pressure, pressure. Just don't let up. And eventually your opposition is going to make mistakes that they can't recover from. Northwood University continue to up the pace of the game, right? Just when you think they should reset, no, they're going to go and play aggressively, use those resources. We saw the duplicate committed in that fight just to keep NACE alive, right? And the amplification matrix was quickly brought out, and we saw how powerful that was. And again, Northwood University in those impact moments are consistently setting, the play by which everyone in this lobby needs to continue to work with. And Bay State College just didn't have a response in time. And so now, I mean, as a result, they have a minute to try and get as far as possible on this map. Else Northwood University really have more to work with here.
And we already pointed out some moments of brilliance that Bay State had, and we already kind of alluded to the key of this game has to be to fight on your terms when the other team isn't ready, and we saw amount of times that Forgotten was able to force that with his placement of the Dragon Strikes where they're behind Northwood and things like that. And Northwood, they think they're an incredible team. They are an incredible team, and sometimes they try to pull off these 4 versus 6s. They'll place down ultimates where it doesn't look too winnable in my eyes, but what I love about them is they never give up. They always think it's winnable, but sometimes they do. They don't have the best ult economy in that sense.
Let's see if Cabe can pull magic out. This time, NACE gets slept around behind Alderwood, so there's no headshot capable. I think NACE is gonna play with a little bit more respect on the Widow sightlines. Yeah, so Cabe gonna make the switch over. No instant pick to start the fight off. Seasons though, I don't know that they've clocked that they're behind him.
Oh, he's looking to push someone more forward and ends up maybe isolating the Sigma, but not something that Northwood can capitalize on right now. And it's NACE playing pretty deep into the point, even with the Mercy pocket. And Seasons might continue to play this off angle. He's actually pile driving past the choke just to get some ult charge, but it's all wasting time because Bay State are relying on picks and they only have 18 seconds left.
And we can see there's an adaptation made. Mikan's going over to the Brig and Cave to the Tracer. They're trying to punish Seasons here in the backline.
Let's see if Bay State can even get on this point. They have everyone alive. They have respawn advantage. They've gotten to pick on the left. Season stunned up in the middle of his pile drive. A 6 versus 4 for Bay State. As they start to unlock this point, they've got a first tick. Northwood thinking about a recontest. Cowman utilizing a lot of matrix there just to show his face at the choke. And Northwood, if they can get their people alive, they might have a recontest, but without Lep on the Lucio, they can't get there quick enough. So Bay State, at the very least, will have the point cap.
Now, best case scenario for Bay State College is they'd win every fight. Second best case scenario is exactly where they find themselves now. In the overtime situation, if they can win this next fight and they have the Dragon Strike available to them to kind of section off that front line again, then they force those overtime spawns into effect, allowing them that much more room to work. So this next fight from Bay State College could give them the second objective by itself. Excellent start with Seasons being taken out.
That's all you have to do is channel your stunts into Seasons, 1 or 2, whatever you can expend. NACE, duplicate, the Sigma, Gravitic Flux, easy to generate, already has it, looking for a target, will go to his opposition, who has already used the accretion, no chance of getting stunned up. NACE got that initial damage in. Dynasty, still building up towards the Dragon. This is a very narrow lane that Bay State are traveling into, so Dynasty has the Dragon, ready to section the payload in half. And there is Seasons ready to push anyone into it. A double kill instantly for Northwood as Bay State are still getting free push. And this creates a winning condition if Northwood are not going to stop them.
Oh, that's excellent stuff. And I mean, Faded is done here. The overtime will tick away, but that is still a great heads-up play from the main tank from Bay State College, recognizing the fight was lost. Dynasty with a hero play of the Dragon Strike into the headshot, still being able to gain, an extra 10 meters on the cart. That is the difference between a win and a loss when you're talking about the time banks that we have available to us. Northwood University, 209. That's not a lot of time when you think about the cart moving nearly to the second objective capture point, Lemon. So excellent stuff from Bay State College under fire there.
And I really want to point out how critical it was that Faded got those extra couple meters, because look where the card is placed. It's around the corner. That box of victory is going to include that section of the map where there's it really favors the defense. They can play around this corner out of line of sight from the middle lane, and this gives Bay State a chance to defend at this point. Not a lot of people expect a full hold on the main objective of Kings Row, but because Bay State got those extra meters, it is winnable for them if they hold the corner better. Northwood, though, they got only an extra minute, but it's still an advantage that they get to attack second.
Yeah. So here's the thing. Northwood University have to win 3 fights technically, right? 1 fight win, it gives you the first objective. The second fight win will give you the choke point of that second phase. And then you need to win a 3rd fight to get, as you said, past that, what is effectively a choke with those sort of sight lines prevented. So, I mean, Northwood University, that's still a lot of things you have to do right. And you don't have a lot of time to make mistakes. 2 minutes, that's about 6 fights maximum. So you need to win at least 50% of those.
And Northwood are just going with a full Poe composition with the Hanzo and the Echo, the Mercy Pocket to help either. NACE is already going to go fly up, contest the high ground, and Cabe snuck up and assassinated Leb and NACE. Are you serious? How did they not see this coming? Northwood 4 versus 6 will have to give up this first fight. They have closer respawns. They can still hang around, but as soon as you take an off-angle position just like that, the hold from the Arista will pull you back into the loving arms of Cabe, who got 3 kills that last fight.
NACE gonna make the switch over to the Widowmaker now, so it's all range damage for Northwood University as they try and play for the pickoff game.
Northwood posting up their shields. NACE on the Widow. With the Sigma, though, it's hard to get any shots past these lines of sight as Cabe. It's going to take a while to go all the way up those stairs, but more focusing on someone who's on the low ground. It's Dynasty who has to quite literally watch his back. Ant Matrix from Northwood will clear this lane. They step on the point. They get their first tick, but important Resurrect. Faded is back into this. He doesn't have any shield. They take shelter in the hotel. They got to think about touching in the next 5 seconds, but Northwood surround them and obliterate them, and Northwood will unlock the payload.
Bay State College, though, have set their win condition extremely well. They have the close spawns, and they force final fight, right? 40 seconds means that Northwood really is going to take this fight at about 30 seconds, and that is only time for 1 fight. So Bay State's essential point here is not to die. Don't give up too much space to Northwood. You can see how aggressively they're kind of positioning, just trying to get more damage in, but you need to make sure this next fight is the last fight if you're Bay State College.
Cabe will look for a pulse bomb target, and you're really just testing the reaction time of someone like Landon. How quickly can you drop that lamp, boy? We're about to find out. Northwood starting to narrow this or go around this corner. Remember, Bay State, they'll want to hold where that box of victory is. Cabe with a pulse bomb. Dynasty too far from Landon in the immortality field, not in range. Supercharger from Northwood, 50% more damage. They got the NACE Genji, break the glass, and you will win. Bay State, they managed to resurrect Inferno. Faded drop the supercharger. It didn't even last that long at all. Northwood unleashing every ultimate they have, and it's Infernal, the last one for Bay State, as they took an alleyway hold instead of the corner, and Northwood pushed it in to put themselves on match point.
And Cabe playing the hero, or trying to play the hero in that final fight. They get sectioned off the cart, moving away from them, and they are just not able to get close enough. Northwood University, as you said, now at match point. And I mean, this was Bay State's map pick, Lemon. It then goes to them again as they lose out this map. So the question is, this was where you were confident in going. What is the response you're kind of going to take as you head to map 3? And sort of the name of the game here in the grand finals has been, there is no more room to make mistakes. The winner here is the full winner, and you're running out of room right now if you're Bay State, right? There's just no more space to make mistakes.
$5,000 on the line for first place, and it comes down to the choice of Bay State of where they want to end their journey or where they can mount a comeback. But yeah, Bay State, we were just talking about after both attacking rounds had finished, that we thought the best position for them on the defense would have been at the end of point B, around the corner, especially with the type of shield tanks that they have, to just have a more stationary poke side there. But Northwood just rolled them down before they could even set up.
Yeah, and I think, it all started off for them so well too, right? Cabe comes in with the pulse bomb. Maybe you try and play, I mean, we're playing, Captain Hindsight here, but really that's all that's left to us as we kind of watch through these kind of highlights here. It has been a moment of, opening pick, and then Northwood University, we talked about this in the middle of the map. When they lose players, it's not a lot of teams will take that moment to kind of take a breath, reset, kind of reapproach the fight. Not Northwood. They're just going to go. And I think in that moment, Bay State kind of lose sight of that as, again, Northwood take the aggressive style in overtime to just push the cart through.
And Cabe did an incredible job on the Trace in the first fight, getting 3 kills. And the way that he was just so comfortable on the flank and knew exactly who to go after and not just tunnel on someone like NACE who's on the high ground, but go after Dynasty, someone who's more accessible. And I like the way that Bay State were just adapting to the circumstances. And Northwood technically capped much slower than Bay State, but what was important is the momentum that they carried after they got the cart unlocked and how Bay State could kind of not recuperate, couldn't stop the bleeding until the ship sank.
The thing that's standing out to me too, though, in that, with regards to the fact that they're taking longer in these fights, or in King's Row, is that in those moments where you just can't make, there is no more room to maneuver, Northwood is consistently just a little bit further ahead, right? Think back to that overtime fight that lasted for what felt like an eternity on Lijiang Tower on that third stage, right? Even with Bay State playing it, correctly, contesting the objective, making sure they have time to kind of come back in, they're not actually winning the fight. They're just sort of extending their own demise, right? Putting off that final moment just a little bit longer. Northwood's the one that in control. So, as we kind of look forward to map number 3, we need to see Bay State College being the team that's in those final moments as the team that's ahead, right? So we are going to head to full escort next as Bay State will choose Havana as we go through. Before that, though, got to talk about Mavix chairs, which are designed with gaming in mind. There are locking wheels to keep you in place, cooling and breathable fabrics to keep your body dry, and your butt as well, which is very comfortable. A deep recline. I mean, hey, deep recline to allow your body to go super far back, and most importantly, the ergonomics. A chair is it puts you in a proper, ergonomic position that helps increase blood flow and reduce stress. And the models range in price as well, so you have an option for everyone, no matter the budget or gaming level. There is a 0% monthly financing discount, or monthly financing through Affirm, pardon me, making the chairs about $1 a day, and you can get a $55 off from Mavix.com with promo code CSL55. That's Mavix.com/CSL and enter the promo code there. So, check that out. A good time all around. I'm sitting on one right now behind me. Well, you can't see the headrest.
All right, bro gamers, rise up. We can keep our butts dry thanks to Mavix. Yeah. And we also have a game 3 ready for you guys in this grand final of Overwatch. And don't you go anywhere after this. We're going to have the League of Legends final too. We got all types of action, and we're starting this one on Havana.
I want that pastry there that the pigeon's snacking on,
Really? After the pigeon has touched it?
Well, okay, not that one specifically. I want one pastry,
I want 2, 3 maybe.
Yeah, okay, that's okay.
Just give me 4.
I will say, I was sort of lying. 2 would be quite nice. Cup of coffee on the side. Yeah.
Ooh. All right, now I'm hungry, but I think Northwood are hungry for a dub. They're on the attack though, and they got knocked on the Seasons is speed running his own death. All right, Northwood 5 versus 6, trying to pull off a miracle here.
Cave goes down. I think there's no resurrect, obviously, because there's a Lucio Baptiste here, so gonna have to come back the long way. Cave actually gonna play the long range hit scan. This is a slow but sure chance for Northwood University, right? With Afara in the air, they're eventually gonna win this fight. How much is Bay State gonna make it cost?
What did it cost? Everything. Well, it did get Northwood a ton of ult charge. NACE getting sniped by Cabe. Where's up the resurrect? No big deal. And now Cabe has revealed his location, and well, NACE is gonna go widow hunting.
Yeah, that's I guess the grapple hook to get back in or out of position, I suppose, into safety. NACE now doing a reverse of that first spawn room, right? Playing up super aggressively. There's no resurrect for this one though, so Cabe playing the hero. Ooh, NACE doing their best.
Oh, Lep got chased down by Infernal, and even without the Mercy Pocket, NACE goes for a barrage with the Diva full Matrix.
There's gonna be a switch here. Surely.
Northwood are playing around, right?
Yeah, I mean, there's double hit scan on. Yeah, exactly. NACE is going over to the Genji, because, I mean, listen, there's a Cassidy and a Widowmaker. There's no way you want to play far into that, right? Like, even NACE is not that bold. Now, Bay State College, though, they're going to slow it down a little bit, right? Fade does have the Earth Shatter, so... Oh, actually, and so does Seasons. This is my favorite part of the main tank battle, by the way. Just the dueling Earth Shatters. Who's really going to be the stand-up?
The mental game. It's a tale of two shatters. Gravitic Flex starts off for Calman, responded to by the sound bear of Neb. The shatter from Faded. He tried to fake it out to the left side, and I don't think he really caught anyone as Northwood retaliate that much stronger. They still have a Season Shatter who bumps into Faded, and Northwood pull out the fight win, and they are meters away from capping A.
Landon has been an absolute hero on this Baptiste. We haven't mentioned them a lot because, you know, the support role kind of falls by the wayside sometimes, but these Ant Matrices have been massive, not just for the team, but for the Baptiste player specifically, who's been able to duel out these damage dealers, as we can see right here. Look at this aim from Landon, actually putting pressure onto the play. Forgotten, gonna get stunned up.
What is happening?
Season's in the corner?
Cabe contested and lived long enough to give Bay State a hint that this was winnable. You had the Cassidy Deadeye from Forgotten into the right side, got bodied, along with the rest of Bay State, who just gifted more ult charge to Northwood and are very close to just sparking up a really good fight at the start of B.
Also, Seasons was kind of hiding in a corner. We didn't see him with the shatter, so, you know, you don't have to play the mind games if you're just hiding in a corner somewhere, right? So, that works out.
Well, he is kind of hiding in the spawn room when he charged into his death.
That's true.
I'm gonna have to...
Cabe, oh my goodness, Cabe is playing
Reclip
musical
that,
heroes
don't
at this
worry.
point. And Torbjorn, this is gonna put pressure on NACE, right? Won't be like Seasons, hello?
Oh, wow.
Bye?
We love the shift key today. That's all I gotta say, Northwood. Well, they don't have their Reinhardt, but they have another shield, but it's not a shield that can last very long. That's a 3-man Gravitic Flux, plus the Dragon Blade of NACE, who's already at 20 HP. You gotta throw the Dragon just as a visual distraction, but NACE still can't hide through all the blur. Northwood have lost to Bay State, pretty equal in numbers, but Northwood, they're very low. Landon's at an off angle using Ant Matrix to try and get some trades, and it kind of worked out, but Seasons is 1 HP, and I guess he's the last thing that Landon's thinking about.
Yeah, this has been impressive stuff, and I listen, not to defend Season shift key today, but Bay State College is kind of getting there's no widow on the opposing team there, NACE. It's kind of distracted the front line of Bay State College, and Northwood University weirdly are finding success by chasing off the remaining players that are trying to just sort of burn down the Reinhardt, which is very funny.
All right, Northwood lost their Doomfist, but have clearly just won the start. They're just chasing Bay State, and Abs missed the Neb taxi, I think, and Faded just charged out of there, and that's what Bay State's issue was on Kings Row 2. It's when the snowball from Northwood starts, it never stops.
Yeah, so I guess, listen, this is the strongest Reinhardt is the flank Reinhardt, right?
No. If I get anyone like this in my game, I swear I will report you. Do not do a Seasons right now. I feel like people are here taking notes like, oh, this is the best of the best. Seasons said, psych, okay, Caster, I want to get clipped today. Comes back to the rest of his team. Dodges the pin of Faded. Has received a sound barrier from Lep, but Faded still gives him the smack around. So Northwood, I mean, I don't think have really much going on for this card, but Bay State have a good respawn advantage. They have a good place to hold, and Faded, y'all wildin' today. What has the offseason done to you?
Listen. Sometimes the analysis is just pointing at the screen and saying they're having fun. Faded tries to take him off the map, but only, Preds himself. There's a little ledge there, by the way. So.
Is there like some kind of competition of which Ryan can like throw harder or something like that? I want to get it on. I want to place my bets too, Northwood meters away from capping with over 2 minutes left at this point in Bay State. Just trying to stop the bleeding. Faded with a shatter, only gets landed on his butt. But he's still well protected by the rest of Northwood, and now Bay State have isolated some of the tanks. Season has been eliminated, and Northwood trying to not stagger anymore.
Here's the biggest example of why you shouldn't do this in your games, because if the best of the best can only make it work sometimes, you're not going to make it happen even once. So don't flank with Reinhardt. Lep not letting this one go. Gets Abs down. And actually, Northwood are going to find opportunity now to walk back in with this window from Landon.
Oh my god, the Ant Matrix into Gravitic Flux Northwood. They said we're done playing with our food. You know, we were just playing around last time. This is a serious fight. And the window at the last second from Abs into the corner. He's the only one who could really use it. They're getting choke stuffed right now by Seasons to the right door. Base, they got to think about the left one. Cabe, or sorry, that was Forgotten, touches the card as Tracer. Lives for about 0.2 seconds. And Northwood cap with 1:22.
That is just... Sometimes the fact that Northwood University can come out of spawn room and have, you know, the fights that we saw from them on third, and then immediately flick a switch and say, no, we're winning this fight, I think speaks volumes about their quality as a squad and kind of where they are. Remember, we are in the grand finals at match point of all things for Northwood University, and they're playing like it's just another game. That's unbelievable.
Yeah, during this offseason before, you know, Overwatch League kicks up again, many of the Northwood players, I mean, they're going to have their choice of team, of who they'd like to join. They're all some of the best players on their individual roles. And even someone like Seasons, who wasn't someone you were really talking about or just looking at in terms of like a top player back in like maybe a year ago, but has since picked up the Hammond and is rocking the Orisa. That's what he's most known for. And I love the way he just fits onto Northwood and how much of an impact he's made on contenders for the teams that he's on. Each of these players from Northwood are going to have really bright futures in the Overwatch League whenever that comes around.
Yeah, I think that's something to kind of keep an eye out too, right? Is that I think in the past, if we, you know, kind of talked about them, we were talking about them at sort of the tier 2 level, like, you know, in years past. Here now, I think they've stepped up in a big way, not just on what they made their name on, but in their flexibility as well. Like, they're playing, you know, characters that we haven't seen from them. NACE, I think, comes to mind, NACE and Dynasty too, who are playing sort of this hyper flex role, even though, you know, sort of they've been sandwiched into a specific, you know, type before, like, oh, this is a projectile, oh, this is a hit scan. But, you know, as they kind of open up, we're seeing that sort of flipped around here. Good luck, Seasons.
Bay State have really good coordination, whether it's the Cassidy flashbang into the Brigida shield bash, and you got Dynasty up at the back with the Widow. But yeah, Bay State, that's all they got to continue doing when Seasons comes in, is to halt, and man, they've been able to lock down some of these individuals from Northwood very well. NACE is peppering down the right doorway, kills Cade before he could even play the game. And Northwood, they're on Overwatch. They're patrolling these doors. This is
the really hard part about when you see a Pharah here, is that you can kind of hide on this rooftop basically forever. And the only one who can chase you is the Diva. But Infernal needs to, you know, protect the front line as well. And this is making it very difficult to even walk out of spawn here.
I feel like we're just playing Tony Hawk off this roof. Seasons is just really trying to bait them and confuse them as to which door he's pressuring. And this NACE Seasons left trio is just knocking on this door, and they're not letting Cabe find any off angles. But through the other door, the other half of Northwood got rolled by Bay State, who finally made out of their spawn room doors after half their time has been gone.
Yeah, it's still impressive stuff, right? Yeah, and even as they win a fight through the amplification matrix, that headshot's gonna put the hurt in. Dynasty? That's 3.
Oh, come on, jump.
Oh.
Abs like, no. You know when they do the crouch, like you kind of have to go to the bathroom walk? That's when you know a Widow's looking at you and they know.
Oh, I mean, this is still won the fight for Northwood, though, because they have to walk back from the spawn, recall force there as NACE tries to get in on the action as well. But now Forgotten's going to have a really hard time with the infra up online.
Yeah, to close, what's so tough about facing a defensive Widow is closing the gap, and that's all Infernal had to do, was just fly up there and look at him funny. Self-destruct placed on the cart, pushed forward. Seasons manages to dodge it, and NACE had to go and grab a health pack. It's finished off by Cabe, who chased them down, so Bay State have a good advantage. I would suggest that they really press on further and punish these tanks of Northwood, especially while their resources and their speed are gone. Bay State have backed away. Cowman gets pulsed, gets saved by the immortality field, and Bay State still pushing a cart.
And this is bot time for the respawns to come back in for Northwood University, so this is now going to be a 6v6 fight again.
They got baited, supercharger, 50% more damage, and that'll be the cherry on top for this fight. Minute 13 though. Bay State are really losing out on time because Northwood did a speed run of point A and point B, so time will be playing against Bay State. You can't be jumping in front of Widows like that. The trajectory is just so predictable, as you got a gravitic flux from Cowman, who thinks this is winnable for Northwood, but this is Northwood. They always think it's winnable.
Yeah. I think this time, though, that's even more than they can choose. Cabe and Infernal both are just doing their best to keep this one up. Yeah, Season's going to go down here. So they've had to fight for that one, though. Bay State College, the hardest part about this is not that, we're forced to use the fights and that. It's that there's never a moment to take a break and sort of think about how you want to approach this next fight, because you're always fighting. And Northwood University are really putting the hurt on. Again, a reminder, this is match point. Bay State College need to win this map, and Northwood are really preventing them from just taking all the aggression here.
As Forgotten and Dynasty duel out, Cabe is not going to respect the 1v1. Pressures out Dynasty. Now Forgotten has some freedom to go and gets a double kill in the process. And Bay State, that's exactly what they have to do, is carry that momentum the same way Northwood does. They win the initial fight halfway to point B. And if they get the stagger kill onto Landon, this is going to take away even more time of Northwood to have a chance to recontest.
Yeah, that's really, really good stuff here. And just continuing to put pressure on. NACE can undo all of that with a good pulse bomb stick here, though.
I think Bay State only having one on cart, and I think they might have forgotten to put somebody on cart for a while, so not getting as much progress, but continuing to stuff Northwood in these chokes. Abs is going to challenge a Widow. How is that going to turn? Okay, Infernal cheated a little bit, but it's fine. The Bay State barely on this cart. I think they just got mined by Seasons, who causes Bay State to head for the hills. Abs got thrown out, and Neb is the only healer, and Bay State had an advantage, and it's gone.
Yeah, that is, a game of inches sometimes. And in that one, if Abs had just hit one burst, maybe this is a bit different, but that's the universe we don't live in. And now Bay State College have only a minute and a half here. Oh no, they don't clock that Dynasty's here. That's gonna delay them even more. Oh!
Okay. Dynasty. Gonna make them upset. Uh-oh, he sees the Widow. Oh no, is Forgotten gonna peek this? Oh!
Forgotten had a shield.
He chooses the
Forgotten
side
had
with
a
the
shield.
Yeah. Dynasty is like, for sure he's gonna poke out the open way, right? But that's a good first pick Bay State can work off of. They couldn't coordinate the CC, yeah, Bay State couldn't coordinate the CC around Seasons, so he's still freely disrupting the structure as the rally congregates all the members of Bay State to just brawl together. Meanwhile, you have Landon shooting at the supports. It's distracting people like Abs and Neb who are looking behind them instead of the people they have to heal at the front. Infernal doesn't have a mech, gets it right back. 36 seconds for Bay State to get to B.
Yeah. Cave's gonna make sure, wait, actually Cave could win this duel. Force the recall from NACE. And nice, this is, okay, with NACE taking it out, this is still a possibility here for Bay State to come back in. This is last fight though, 20 seconds left on the clock here.
Last fight for Bay State. Infrasight online. They know where Northwood are setting up. Oh, here comes NACE dropping. Recall has been called, and Bay State can go to the cart. It's the last chance. The grand final, $5,000 on the line. Seasons with the mines. It also hits that upper deck. Faded escapes and gets chased down. Northwood with a 6 versus 4 advantage. Northwood scrambling. They have no ults. Infernal loses the mech, and you only have Forgotten. Gets chased by the Seasons Hammond, and Northwood clean this map up, destroy the competition, and are your NACE Starleague champions.
This has been an absolute clinic by Northwood University with the 3-0 shutout here, Lemon, as they take Havana as well. And well played to them indeed, as they really stepped up ahead of the competition in every sense of the word, right? They made it look fun. They really engaged with the game in a way that we don't often see in a grand finals, right? But they were on top the entire time, and rightfully are your champions here for the fall season of 2021.
But Bay State, also congratulations to them of just how far they made it, the effort and the work. You can really tell how much they've improved throughout the season and how much individually they stepped up as players since they started their career, a couple years ago. And they did make, as much as I want to admit that Bay State made them sweat. I think The closest map I would have to say Kings Row. And I felt like Lijiang Tower, the compositions that Bay State played there, it didn't feel like it suited their play style. I like that they went to more individualistic heroes on King's Row, and especially Forgotten's mechanics is something I'm looking forward to seeing more of, because I think that was the shining star for me on Bay State.
Yeah, and I think, even as we talk back to Lijiang Tower, they made it close there too. It was 100-12 on the round they took, and then, fought as on Night Market pretty closely too. So this is a team that this is the end of the season for them, but I don't think this is the end of the road. There's still a lot left here for these players to kind of prove in the future, because individually excellently talented, as a team really strong as well. And so we have to give credit to Northwood, absolutely, but Bay State did not disappoint in any way, I think, in this match.
Yeah, Northwood are such a good team. I mean, they have an incredible esports program, and you know that Northwood, when they're feeling themselves, when they're confident, they start messing about a little bit. We saw some spawn camping, some ults being used on King's Row, to some funny Baptiste versus Widow 1v1s, to a lot of funny stuff that you wouldn't see maybe at the highest level, but it's something that Northwood does when they are so confident they can beat their opponent, and we've yet to see a team that can scratch them or to even touch them at this point. Northwood is a really good team. I look forward to seeing them in the next contender seasons as to how much better they get.
Yeah, absolutely. With that, though, every 180 seconds, someone is diagnosed with a blood cancer, and 40% of all pediatric cancers are blood cancers. Every blood cancer diagnosis turns lives upside down. When this happens, the Leukemia and Lymphoma Society is here to help. Since 1949, LLS has invested more than $1.3 billion in research, pioneering many of today's most innovative approaches. They work tirelessly to find cures and ensure patients can access the life-saving treatments they need. When someone experiences the fear and uncertainty of a cancer diagnosis, LLS provides hope, compassion, education, and support. So just like LLS is making an impact in the cancer community, the LLS hero of the game represents the player who made the biggest impact in the match played. Whether it was a clutch play, a sacrifice, or provided strong leadership when it mattered most, today's LLS hero of the game is Lep from Northwood.
And shortly, we have the Lep interview ready. Hey, how you been? How's the off season treating you? It sounds like you're still popping off in collegiate.
Yeah, off season is off season. I don't know how it's explained. It's kind of grind.
Staying
endlessly.
busy. Yeah.
Well, I mean, for a player that just won a grand finals, you're remarkably calm, though. Walk us through the match, though. Walk us through the season, too, because Northwood have really been in an upswing in terms of your guys' performances recently.
We kind of just showed up. We had like one scrim. A lot of it is like based off of like team synergy. I mean, the way that I see it and the way that a lot of us see it is just like extra money on top, Like it's an extra $1,000. We doubled our prize pool. As far as like the whole improvement goes, I personally feel like I've improved a lot, like as a player, coming up to this point. But it's also kind of like that. Does it even really matter with Overwatch 2 coming around? So, I don't know. It's mixed feelings across the team.
Mm-hmm. I mean, you were happy with your performance. I was super pumped to watch your brig, especially on Lijiang Tower. I could tell when you got the shield bash on the Macan, you called it out, Nas finished it off for you, and you guys work really well together. You had some funny moments, though, like you always do. I know you and the boys at Northwood like to joke around a bit. What was your favorite, like your funniest moment? Because there was one where you Valkyried after a fight was done, and you came with the Glock. Well, what's going on? Like, what are you guys doing?
I don't know. A lot of our matches are kind of a blur. Like we play Bay State a lot, so like a lot of them kind of meld together. We kind of like the joke of it's a script. We go just random Koth and then King's Row and then Havana. So as far as like funny moments go, I don't really know. Like there's just tons of
too many of them
happening around. Yeah.
Fair enough. I guess the question now is, obviously talked about Overwatch 2. What's sort of next for you specifically, kind of in your career as you kind of get set to kind of move on from here?
Just keep trying to grind and farm collegiate. I mean, as far as contenders goes, I'm not really looking forward to anything. I don't really know anything that's going on. I'm kind of just, playing with the boys. That's it.
Yeah.
There you go.
Speaking of the boys, is there anyone from the team or the staff or just someone in your life that you want to shout out that has, stood up and helped you? Because it sounds like you're improving a lot and you're putting a lot of work in. And who's helped you get to this point?
probably Landon the most because he does a lot of the flaming. So like if he doesn't get healed,
Does that help?
Yeah, I mean, personally, it's like the just grind ranked, and then it's a lot of the what the insert word are you doing? Why am I getting booped by a ball? Why am I not getting packed? Why am I dying? And then it's like, okay, well, I don't want that to happen, so you gotta get better,
Awesome. Well, thank you so much for the interview, Lep, and hopefully Landon continues to flame you every time you don't hear him, and we're looking forward to seeing how much more successful you can be and what the future holds for you next year.
Thank you.
All right, fun. That was funny.
I can imagine what the words are. I'm sure they're not actually blank spaces. So
I always get the cusses in my interviews. So when Lep said he was getting better as a player, I didn't know he meant his interviews too. He popped off.
I've been lucky. My interviews haven't had that yet. So there we go. Continues the streak. Speaking of streak continued though, Northwood coming up in a big way. I think we kind of touched on this in the broadcast a little bit as well. It did feel, we said it's a grand finals, but the way they played, it really felt like for them, it just was another game. And, the 3-0 kind of proving that they kind of belong at the top here, kind of uncontested as well.
Yeah, there's only I can only name 3, maybe 2 teams that could even go up against Northwood. And I think the biggest challenges they get is when they compete in contenders, and even leagues like this, it's maybe the story would have been different if we would have seen, was it Maryville on the other side of the lower bracket final or some another team
Harrisburg.
Harrisburg,
Yeah.
sorry. Harrisburg or Maryville. I mean, other top teams in collegiate are still battling to just try and get rid of Northwood or try to make them sweat just a little bit.
Yeah, I think the interesting thing, just talking back to Northwood or to Harrisburg, Northwood beat them already in the earlier brackets at both the teams that were in the lower finals down there. So even still, we're playing a guessing game. Was it going to be close? Northwood still beat everyone to get to this point, and a well-deserved championship from them as they walk away with the $5,000 for that first place finish and the shiny trophy as well. So definitely congratulations to them.
Well, LaFawn, I know you were giving me some solutions on different, because sometimes you have series like this that are a bit of sleepers, or maybe they're very exciting, but I need a caffeine source to be able to keep me alive during casts like this. Do you have a solution for me?
Well, I mean, I would assume you're not, a fan of traditional energy shots, drinks,
No.
caffeine pills. Well, you can have caffeine and great flavor too with Gummy Shot, which is coming in here. Gummy Shot gummies are made with natural caffeine from green coffee bean extract, real fruit, and high in antioxidants from vitamin D. They're gluten-free as well, and they're free from gelatin, soy, and artificial dyes. That's impressive stuff. Each Gummy Shot energy has 75 milligrams of plant-based fast-acting energy in each one. You can customize and decide how many you want to eat, either 1, 2, or 3. They come in 3 flavors as well, or several flavors too. Sweet and juicy elderberry, tropical, which is apparently, pineapple and mango flavors. Impressive stuff there. Always love the tropical thing coming in. And all new Valencia orange to satisfy the citrus craving. Each product comes as a 3 or 8 pack and are available on Amazon. Click the link below in the Twitch panel to order. You can Gummy Shot's products exclusively sold on gummyshot.com and amazon.com. So get yours today in that panel below. So impressive stuff there, Lemon. That would definitely help.
That sounds like a lot healthier of an option instead of energy drinks. But since we're on that health grind already, we're very excited to have Future to be our official fitness partner of the CSL Esports. Future's mission is to inspire and engage people in lifelong health, one fitness session at a time. If I can even just show up to one, that would be a miracle because I'm bad at working out, but I know Future makes it a lot easier for everyone. And they're excited to bring their service to the esports community. Gamers, we can always do better at working out. They use a combination of technology, content, and elite personal trainers to empower their members through fitness. And you can go and check them out at tryfuture, tryfuture.com/CSL.
There we go. All right. That has been the playoffs for Overwatch done and dusted. Lemon, the broadcast, though, isn't done yet, because coming up later today is going to be the League of Legends coming through. So you won't want to miss that. That's it for me and Lemon, though. Thanks for watching. Thanks for tuning in this season, and we'll see you next time.
to punch your ticket. It is Lion Blade. Final 35 seconds. The goal is in need of. Does so much scatter the weak bullet time.
But cave over on the side room. Northwood University, a statement game from them.
Come on, Stanley gets 2, Stanley gets 3, Stanley gets 4.
Davenport continue their dominance.
So it's gonna take a third. Oh my God!
They played their hearts out today.
Welcome one and welcome all to the NACE Starleague Fall 2021 Grand Finals, hosted by the University of Maryville. We're in the League of Legends JV Grand Finals between Harrisburg University and Winthrop University. I'm Mazel, joined the last time in the season by my good friend, Coco the Dragon. How you doing, bud?
Doing pretty good, and it is going to be action-packed tonight as the hype that you're bringing to the table is very much well-deserved between Winthrop and Harrisburg. It's going to be crazy, and the fact that it is JV teams, I think, is even better because this is where it is the last stand, the final chance that you can prove that you deserve to go up into the varsity squads and really bring that power playing to your own right and into the school's systems. And that's what's so great about this.
You're talking about power plays as well. They would have had to get this out of the way already, but Metafy is a serious power play. And if you're ever looking to up your game in any sort of fashion, go check out Metafy. They are one of the sponsors for these grand finals for NACE Starleague, and they are absolutely incredible. They're an online platform that allows players to learn from and play with some of the best players in the world, also coaching. Metafy grants private one-on-one coaching sessions with elite coaches from across a variety of games. And of course, it's got to include League of Legends, Cole, because that's the best esport, right?
Yeah, it definitely is. You know, it's the biggest esport right now, still for sure. And not counting any of the mobile games, I think those are just massive at the moment. But as it is right now, I think coming back into tonight and into these grand finals, there's a lot going for us, and there's a lot of big changes too, not just within the rosters of tonight with Harrisburg and Winthrop, but in also the ecosystems themselves and within the programs.
Exactly. It's crazy that we get to this point, right? We have an entire season leading up to these. Everybody's vying for that position, and in the end, it's two of the biggest names in collegiate at all in League of Legends, and it's Harrisburg and Winthrop. It's absolutely stunning to see us get to this point. Winthrop, the university that took home CLO last time around as well. This is their B squad, so trying to live up to a little bit of that here in the grand finals of the NACE Star League. But it's been a rough and tumble road this entire time, right? Like, these teams have put in everything. It has been long, grueling weeks of fighting through a Swiss bracket to get here.
Yeah, and I think that's where a lot of CLO's authenticity comes from, in the fact that you are running into so many games time and time again throughout the season that it builds up that tenacity as a player and as a squad of being able to go in, hit the scrims every weekend, come into the game days on time, and still be in that prime.
Take your midterms, take your finals,
and like have all of the stuff that you need to be doing as a student, right? And then pushing that entire like athletic mindset into the games as well, and carrying that throughout the entire season and even through years as well, when we have these long haul breaks, and especially with the timing that it is with League of Legends specifically, it's like on an off season and everything. So you have this huge break between the grand final. Now we have all these seasons that are coming out of the woodwork and really shifting up the game and quickly sort of making it how quickly can you to the turns as well.
Well, let's go ahead and break down what these players are fighting for. It's been that long season, but here we are. The prizes laid out in front of you. $5,000 goes to the cleat here. The winner of tonight's game, $2,500 consolation prize for the loser of tonight. And third and fourth place do get a little bonus themselves. But truly, what these teams are fighting for is to fill that trophy case. It is to put a piece of hardware up so everyone can see it. And there you are, a beautiful trophy that will take its home with the winner of tonight's best of three.
Yeah, it's going to be absolutely nuts as well. 5,000, as you said, for the collegiate champions and the trophy, but that's not all the action that we got packed. We got a lot of stuff going on, and we have to take a little bit of either two as well, as just so much going on.
Indeed, we're going to step away for a little break. We'll be right back, so don't touch that browser. Welcome back, everyone, to the NACE Starleague Fall 2021 Grand Finals, hosted by University of Maryland. I'm Mazel, joined by Coco the Dragon yet again, as we got through some technical difficulties. But now, we set the stage for what an amazing competition we have boiling over tonight. Harrisburg University versus Winthrop University, both 6-0, both undefeated. Mid-Atlantic Conference for Harrisburg and the Southeast Conference coming to Bose tonight.
Yeah, and just to sort of remind ourselves as well, this is the JV teams for us here in the NACE Starleague, and the fact that with all of these different changes as well, with like the players and with the programs, and these being the upper echelons of the actual collegiate scene as well, there's a lot of weight going into these teams in both sides of the court, because you need to make that statement here of being able to, yeah, you have a really strong varsity team that can take a lot of like the collegiate season on their own, but do you have a program that can help build up those players and give them the support structure underneath to create a good system within the school itself? And that, I think, is one of the bigger heavyweight fights here that we're looking to take on in this grand finals.
Yeah, exactly. It's always, keeping the competition roiling, keeping everyone on their toes for their spots. And these players are competing every day, pretty much, with these top tier players on the A squad as well. So it's very exciting. But now we get to bring up the graphic of the bracket and get to see a little bit of that story you were talking about, a little bit of that journey that we didn't get to see a lot, too much of, a little bit of too many games, I would say, to cover on a broadcast. But you get to see the journeys to this point, which, both teams having to put it to the test.
Yeah, and it was also a situation where you came in and you said, yes, this is teams that have been undefeated in their own ways, but they did not go out without a fight or like a scar, right? In the regular season. The playoffs were a lot more brutal. As you can see, like Toronto was able to really bring it to Winthrop in the semifinals. And then going forward, it was just, that was like one of the best like journeys to watch, because it was just about back and forth between these two teams on who's really going to be able to take it to Harrisburg. Harrisburg, came in across, studied for the pop quiz, won with flying colors, and was able to get an easy road to the grand finals. But now we're here and it's sort of seeing if does that sort of more grueling and tough road that Winthrop went through, did they learn more off of that, or is Harrisburg just that darn good and they can just go ahead and take out this entire playoffs with a clean slate and never drop a game?
Yeah, man, that would be a beautiful capper for this season for Harrisburg, who have shown some insanely dominant performances, and rightly so, right? They have X Special at the helm. They have Coach Tyler there, the masterminds of Collegiate League of Legends, and it's showing through here. So I'm really looking at Winthrop University tonight to give them a run for their money, learn from the blows that they've taken in these playoffs, and really utilize that to find some success. And when we're talking about these teams, we got to look at these rosters, because there's some very big bouts going on tonight, especially, and when we do bring those up, you get to see a little bit of the breakdown here between the two squads.
Yeah, and one of the big players we still continue to keep our eyes on is Zyle in the jungle there for Harrisburg. He has been just leaps and bounds, just soaring through the sky, and has really brought a lot of the strength that Harrisburg really requires out of that position to the front of the arguments, and sort of creating this place where the lanes don't always need to just win out on their own, and he's there to support the ones that are struggling a little bit, which allows Harrisburg to have a team that is more flexible with compositions and is a little bit more difficult to lock down in not just the draft phase, but also in the early game stages as well.
Yeah.
But on the other side, you got people in the top side who are just absolute powerhouses, like Madub, who that's where the room for concern is.
I like how it's Madub on the screen, but his name's Mabud. I like he's going for Madub today.
I'm fine with that. I think that is totally great. Great rename for a perfect time for the grand finals.
It's going to be great. Yeah, you highlighted a couple there, but I got to throw out Heike Savage in the mid lane for Harrisburg. He is a monster if he can get a hold of that mid lane. And Koskinen on the other side, you always have to watch out where this guy is coming from, where you can see the in the team fights as well. So it's a lot to look forward to for this best of three. And, I feel like momentum is going to be key in this. It always is in collegiate. It's all emotion. It's all about who is riding that high. And tonight's no different, especially in the grand final.
Yeah. The other thing for me, though, is the fact of how much has the preseason affected these teams,
Exactly.
and how have they been able to adapt to those changes in their own rights. Because we've seen through some of solo queue and some of just the recent changes as well with the new items that have been introduced into the game, there is a very different look at how not only the support lane is going, which is a little bit of a worry for me for Koskinen, because you might just be going into Enchanter role and you're not going to be able to roam as often, or you're going to be stuck in a place where on the side of Harrisburg, you've got Zyle who, well, yeah, if Nocturne is a great pickup with the Axiom mark and being able to get resets there, where's everything else going to be once like these new tank items get fully unlocked? Are those tank junglers going to be just as intimidating, or are we going to be seeing something in the mid lane where we're going to be prioritizing a lot more mid laners than just the LeBlanc, which we've seen throughout the season?
Well, you know what, Coco? It's about that time. We get draft number 1 for this grand finals, and I couldn't be more excited. We have Graves banned away by Harrisburg on the blue side, and it's Victor, the famous arcane mastermind at this point for the side of Winthrop University. Not going to see him at least for our first game.
Yeah, and Victor is one of the champions that has been very much buffed, like super buffed by the preseason changes, especially with
not only by the arcane series, right?
You're promoting an arcane lore. Of course, you're going to get a little bit buff there, but also because of the Crown of the Shattered Queen, very powerful on him, and also Gwen, I know at the beginning of the preseason, Gwen was a really powerful jungler and top laner. She got a massive boost to her win rates in the very young weeks of the preseason, but also Mundo is in that department as well. Jinx, Lulu is very, very powerful. So all of these bans, they are very meta focused and very precise. And as we are just sort of shotgun out of the way, we've got 3 enchanters.
No, this is not what I wanted, Coco. Get me out. Get me out. It's a first pick Yuumi, because obviously Harrisburg know what they want to go for at this point.
Yeah,
and then
apparently.
Instant response in the Seraphine and Soda. I don't,
So this was one of the concerns that I said of that enchanters were sort of making their way back into the meta just a little bit. Tank supports and more aggressive early game strategies were not as powerful unless it's like a 3-man squad or you just have like the Hecarim per se and like a Jin Zillion kind of situation where it's very difficult to lock you down. But with 3 enchanters coming out on the first 3 picks, that is something that you do not see often. And wow, that's going to be interesting to see how they fold out the rest of the comp.
Yeah, I will say I always love myself picking Hecarim into enchanters because they're so squishy. You just get to run them down. It's a great time.
Sure,
I don't know. I mean, I'm much less skilled than Zyle will be on this Hecarim, but we'll see how that all goes. It's the Gen lock-in as the final pick in the first phase for Harrisburg to pair up with the Yuumi, and the response from Winthrop is locking down the Xin Zhao.
Liking the Xin Zhao pick just to have that earlier aggression against Zyle. Can try and sort of take the fight to him in a sense. I don't think you're going to be able to ever get the upper hand. You're not going to be able to get the jump unless Zyle is going to be looking to invade you into the jungle and try and challenge you directly one-on-one. But if it comes down to, hey, you're in the same vicinity for a counter gank, you're here to try and challenge at the scuttle or look for that objective, you have that dueling capability to survive against the Hecarim and sort of jump onto that back line, which is currently that Jin and Yuumi. Though I need a little bit more of a dive buddy now from Winthrop in the second phase. You need someone that needs to be there with their Xin Zhao to be that additional lockdown member, because that Jin and Yuumi are going to be very, very slippery, and depending on what the next 2 picks of Harrisburg, they may not just be the only threat that you need to worry about. So you need that extra manpower, as it was Syndra that was banned out in that 4th pick for Winthrop.
It was, and you obviously see Harrisburg read exactly what you were talking about, that he needs a dive buddy. Well, we're taking those dive buddies away. The Camille comes off the board. The Vex also joining the ban table for Winthrop as their final ban in this first game. Looks like another potential dive buddy off the table. Jax.
Yeah, but they're fighters. They're not tanks just yet. So I'd be curious to see if you go with a tank pick here. They instantly lock in Jace, and Jace has been doing fairly well for himself in both the top lane and also the mid. There's been some Jace mids that have been fairly successful in the early weeks, but that's more of a question for Winthrop, right? Of, are you confident with Mabud just taking that Jace, or are you going to be throwing that into the mid lane? And making sure you have a bit more versatility within this composition. Because right now it's a poke comp for sure, and we still don't fully know where that Seraphine Sonar are going to go until we get that final pick.
Yeah, but I like this by Harrisburg. They know they need some blow-up potential here, and they did get it with the LeBlanc for High Key Savage in the mid lane, providing a lot of mobility to meet up matchup with the Hecarim as well. And if they lock in this Renekton, this is a gauntlet thrown down by Harrisburg.
I'm really liking Harrisburg's comp right now. You've got the great side flank engages with Renekton and LeBlanc that have some very potent early game in that top side of the map. And then once you open the mid lane up a little bit more with the assistance of Zyle's Hecarim, then you're just going absolutely crazy in those skirmishes, and you're going to have a very high success rate with locking down vision, blotting out any information from Winthrop, and then prioritizing picking out players and being comfortable with even trying to challenge a 4v4 with how the team composition of your bottom half of the map is going, with like the Yuumi and the Jhin and the Hecarim being able to like start those fights and put people in a condensed situation. But the prediction was right. It was Jace going into this mid lane, and it is going to be Gnar on the top side against Renekton to sort of stabilize that early game threat.
Yeah, it got a little bit of comfort up there at the top lane, in fact, of trying to get something that can ebb and flow with a very volatile matchup, and I feel like that can work out very, very well, but still very centrally damage focused for Winthrop, and that does worry me to some extent when you see the multiple threats that Harrisburg is bringing to the table.
Though, for me, you're still sitting in a place for Harrisburg of, if every lane wins, you're set up for success, and having a place where your composition's super easy to sort of execute in team fights with the Jhin, Yuumi, Hecarim. It's like everything for me for Harrisburg is like pretty darn good. Like there's some like more mechanical mistakes, or if you don't properly set up some waves on the side to prepare for those objective contentions, then that's where you'll start to falter, and it's more of like how well your team can actually execute that composition. Where on the other side of Winthrop, it's like, okay, Seraphine's really squishy, and with Sona, like the Jhin Yuumi doesn't feel like it has a lot of damage early, but because your health bars are already so low, if Hecarim even pokes his head into your lane and you don't have that escape tool ready, if your flashes are down or your exhausts are down, you're done. It's over, because he will be on top of you like in a blink of an eye, and that's where that extra damage, that execute capability is going to come into play. So if I'm Zyle, I'm loving the bottom lane at the moment, because it is really easy to kill and dive underneath a turret because of how quickly you can just blow up one target and then disengage right out of it.
Yeah, and it's a lot of this early game especially is going to be focused on the likes of Zyle, on the likes of Grim in the jungle for Winthrop, and trying to find how you can either throw a wrench to the works of Zyle or find your own advantages, right? You do have some strength as it sends out early, the skirmishing ability, the damage that you have, and you have some very money hungry, at least, carries that you want to try and get in terms of the Jace, and really putting a big focus on that. But that is also a potential weakness where you know where the focus is going to go.
Well, the other question, though, or the other big interest for myself, is the Jace LeBlanc matchup in the early stages, right? Because you've got a very potent mid laner in both sides of the court of being able to burst and assassinate. And with the changes that Jace has had early on, he does a little bit better against sort of mages and against that magic damage, so he can survive a little bit earlier, as long as he can clear the waves out efficiently, which not a problem for ranged Jace whatsoever. Though being able to lock down and get onto the LeBlanc off of like a guttural instinct, you're like, might be a little bit difficult. LeBlanc can be fairly tricky, but if you reflect onto sort of how Jace's kit is, it's a lot of point and click in his melee form, so he can get on top, and a lot of it is also a place where he can wait out a lot of his damage and apply it onto the proper target as well. So for me, I'm not too worried here for Harrisburg, or excuse me, for Winthrop actually, to win out in the mid lane and try and push back, so the solo lanes have a little bit of fight in them. It's more of a curiosity of how well the change up in the jungle of Xin Zhao is going to apply, right? Because I mentioned it earlier about he isn't as fast as a Hecarim in a lot of the clear. In the initial clear, yes, he can keep up with the Hecarim, but once it gets later into the game where you get some damage onto the Hecarim and he can clear out these jungle camps a lot more a lot faster, then where's the Zen Zhao going to be able to go to try and get to those counter ganks? He's going to be on the back foot a lot more often, and that's where those lanes that are a little bit more stable in the solo sides of top and mid might start to falter here and there for Winthrop.
Yeah, for sure. I want to make. I was gonna make a quick adjustment, but you made some amazing points about the sides of the map. It is Crabapple Boy in the jungle that's going to be going against Zyle. But still, I think that the double enchanter bot lane for me sticks out a little bit here because you were talking about how strong it can be, right? And especially with the new items, the changes in preseason. But for me, this is its first true test, right? Because you're going against a pretty volatile bot lane, I feel like. And with a lot of the pressure from the jungle on top of that, that's going to be very difficult to navigate. So for me, that's also a side spotlight. And how do they perform in that? How do they bridge that early mid-game deficit that sometimes these enchanter bot lanes can have and get to that late-game team fighting where they do set their team up for success?
True, because if they do survive the bottom lane and they get out at least potentially ahead, depending on how well they're able to sort of harass and poke, I am expecting that I'd have to say the Seraphine is the one that's going to be farming here, just off of the fact that she's a lot more common in the mid lane and can farm a little bit better from a distance. Sona, not too great at that, but can harass a lot easier because you just need to be in the vicinity to just poke. Then it's more of how quickly can they get to those items, those mythics, and have that survivability, right? Because if you get to a place where both of them have Crown of the Shattered Queen, and it's like, oh no, we're squishy, but I have a Malzahar shield that reduces 75% of all damage for like 3 seconds, then it's like, it's more of creating sort of like a bear trap and putting it into a place where, all right, you want to engage onto us because you know that Harrisburg needs to start the fights to have that wombo combo, but because they're starting that fight, they run into that magic damage or that massive damage reduction area, and then they just fall in line for Seraphine and Sona to just drop their ultimates, reassess the situation, and then it allows the Gnar to set up those great ultimates and for the Jace to wiggle his way towards the back line with the Xin Zhao and then just destroy any of the damage output that Harrisburg provides. That's where it's like an amazing recipe for success if they get there, but that's why the early game is just so darn important, and not just in this game, but just in League of Legends entirely. If you can get ahead early, it is really easy to just shut down these later scaling compositions like Winthrop has sort of cooked up.
Indeed. Well, we'll have to see what this game one provides for us here. We'll be right back after a short little break, but after this, the grand finals begins. Here we are, the NACE Starleague Fall 2021 Grand Finals, hosted by the University of Maryland, Harrisburg University taking on Winthrop University for it all, for the trophy, for the prize money, and here goes this best of three.
And best of three, game one, we got an interesting composition from Winthrop.
You're right.
Right? Like, you got the Jace mid, you're like, alright, I've seen it a couple times. I've seen it, it's around, you know, preseason, you know, comes out some spicy adaptations. The Seraphine Sona bot lane, though, that's where you're like, okay, now we're gonna have to give a good argument for this. So, for me, though, we sort of covered it during the break and before the break during the draft as well, that it is very volatile once it gets to late game. Seraphine Sona, once they get items, is very difficult to handle. You need heal cut out the wazoo, but you also need to survive all the crowd control they're going to be able to apply. And the way to stop that is, well, by being proactive, by getting Xyle on this Hecarim very far ahead, get him to a place of comfort where he can constantly dive this bottom lane and kill them with their a lot squishier and a lot smaller health bars early on before they get those damage reduction items, their health pools, and the Zanyas to help save them from all of those imminent threats. So we'll have to be keeping a good track on how Harrisburg does that, but they are very successful. They're the team that came in and is, well, undefeated so far throughout the playoffs.
It is pretty impressive to come this far through the Swiss bracket, through the playoffs without dropping a game. I mean, that's or at least a series into any games in the playoffs. At least I'm pretty sure. I thought it was all 2-0s, but it's incredibly impressive. But it's standard for Harrisburg University, and that's what's so incredible. And on the opposite side, you have the previous Seal champions here. At least the university itself in their B squad here representing. So it's crazy to me, and it's a little bit unfortunate we didn't get to see some of those, you know, burning bright stars that we did get to see throughout the season make it this far into the playoffs, into the grand finals. But it is so fitting, and it is so wonderful that we do get this top-level competition between these two teams.
Yeah, and I'm already seeing Grim just over 100 health, and you think, yeah, maybe Jin doesn't do that much damage early on. Yeah, that's very much an apparent lie.
Don't talk bad about my boy.
Oh, no. I'm thinking what Winthrop is thinking, in the sense of like, yeah, we can handle the Jin. You can't handle the Jin. They're going to kill you.
That's a flash forward. Is this first blood? No, it's not going to go down just yet. The Ignite, not enough to get Graham down.
He just needs to W you. That's it. Deadly Flourish
it's a little bit of a long cooldown at the beginning, but it's coming up here pretty soon. Oh, now we also get to see... oh my gosh, he gets it! He stole it from Xyle. Crabapple Boy is making a run for this early game. Flashes to the wrong side. Xyle might get away. Wind becomes lightning, has to be available, and there you go. First blood to Winthrop.
And what an adaptation as well. Crabapple Boy going for the immediate 3 camps with the Krug and the buffs, just to get those off the board immediately, jumping into the jungle and taking the fight to Xyle, who went for that full initial clear. So punishing the slower, more EXP focused build path for Harrisburg on that Hecarim is a major punish. And the fact that Mabud also got out of there as well with his life to spare and a flash too is overall a very successful event for the top side of Winthrop.
Really good play calling early on from Winthrop here, and a response across the map to the pressure that's being put on their bottom lane, which now is going to mount even more. Grim very, very low. You do have Xyle down this way. We're talking about those squishy enchanters. You've got to take advantage of it early on, as early as you can.
Yep, but good communication from Winthrop. Smells blood in the water and drops that ward in the back tri-bush. Does see that additional ward drop, so they know that Xyle is in the area, so playing very, very defensive. I am surprised that Grim is still sticking around for so long. The whole, hey, we're Zona Seraphine, we can just sort of enchant ourselves and keep the level longer and keep that EXP going. But now it's a question of, with this back, how much CS and how much EXP will they be losing? They're at least getting to a place where there's not really too many waves that are going to be falling back, and they're not even going back on a cannon wave, so perfect time.
No. Ibaragi is getting tons of damage put on him by Heike Savage in the mid lane. That trade did not go his way.
No, not his way at all. So already that mid lane being extra dangerous for Habaragi. And with the dragon already up, I feel like Winthrop could potentially try and sneak it away, but Zyle and Harrisburg has already gotten that scuttle on the bottom side. They have some additional wards, and with this reset coming in from Luke K and Makel, they're going to be back on top of it. So we're not going to see that objective challenged for the next good while until we start to see some blood being shed either in that bottom lane and we get some attention there from Harrisburg or from Winthrop to try and counteract a lot of the oppression that this Jhin and Yuumi are applying.
And we do see it is the Chemtank Drake as our first dragon of the game, which I know a lot of people have been saying some not nice things about.
It's the soul that's really deadly. We don't care about
exactly.
the dragon
So we get
itself.
that out of the way, at least in game number 1. Don't got to worry about that. Meanwhile, we get the trade in top lane between the Bud, who jumps away. Cloud keeping very, very tight health bar there. Bud takes a bit of a trade.
Cloud had that level 6, immediately just dashed straight through, got the level up, and then tried to challenge Mabud immediately with that level advantage, but that changed. You know, the scuttle went down, and you get a sneak in by Crab. I'm impressed that he went for this. That I think it's more the fact that they know that Zyle is on the top side of the map, and they're playing a little bit risky for it. There's like an inkling of doubt, and then I checked the vision. I didn't get to check the time, though, of if that vision was going to be expiring soon. So that's where I feel, with everything decaying, they're like, all right, we have a very small window with that vision being down before they start to take doubts, so let's punish them immediately now and get that late game scaling. Because remember, Winthrop, they want to get to the late game. They want to get through that survivability. And with the Chemtech Dragon already off the board, you got to be feeling pretty good for yourself already, even with that first blood that's on Crabapple.
Exactly, and it's all about just keeping your head in the game and trying to, adapt to the situation that's been wrought, and you're fine in these kinds of situations. I think one of the biggest highlights of the game, at least in preseason now, is how much geared towards the late game it seems to be, with the bounties coming through later on.
Sure.
The early game is not as impactful as it once was, and to see it kind of going steadily here is promising, at least for a play-by-play brain in my head.
Oh, for sure. Gives us a bit more to look forward to when all members start to clash against one another, whether it be mid lane, whether it be fighting over Baron or Rift Herald. And speaking of which, Rift Herald will be spawning in 15 seconds, and you can see the reset coming in from Crabapple. He's already onto the top side, doesn't really need to be bottom lane whatsoever. And also Mabud came to match him as well, and hey, Baragi, drops a little pixel ward as well. So Winthrop already winning this early game just out the gates. Yeah, they're doing really well in this early game.
And you're not finding the lasting damage, the lasting advantage on bot lane that Makel would want to find on this Jhin. And you see Rift Herald's already started up by Crabapple Boy, just trying to keep the pace going around the map, while Zyle is now headed out that way.
Yeah, but Zyle is going to be late to the call here. Though Rift Herald does take a little bit longer, of course, because of the whole eye procking, but some challenging here.
Untitled Chapter was utilized, but they still aren't taking that much damage there, although the Prowlers would be doing some decent damage early on against Grim.
Yeah. With that Rift Herald now taken, blue buff's back up. Hey, this is the second blue buff available for Zyle, but this would be his first if he does get it.
They got things coming down. Cloud is showing here. The Crab gonna keep the aggression as you got a Mega Gnar coming this way, but Mabud is almost out of it. Needs to get into the fight if he really wants to make a stay here. Now they might have overextended the fight. Gonna be engaged as they separate, but hey, Baragi finds Heike Savage, has to flash away. The 2v2 still going. Cloud flashes this time, and they're going all in. Winthrop find another kill, and they're coming away with everything.
And a great dive there from Crabapple Boy, steals the blue buff away and immediately jumps onto the squishy target of Cloud, who doesn't have the escapes available for himself. Immediate punish, and with the assistance of Mabud, is able to push away Zyle. And also the thing you pointed out with the Habaragi, just at least finding the block. That's all you need to do to make sure that that assassin was not there to try and swing that fight back. This Xin Zhao is working wonders, and this is that lethal tempo Xin Zhao, where it's just the more you stay in the fight, the more you get to hit them with that bonus attack speed, and you get to unlock it at maximum stacks.
Already got the Divine Sunder.
He is really
look at this though. Look at this
right now.
He is bolting. He is bolting down the bot lane to try to get down here, but they have already shown up. They are getting pulled off of the dive because of the TP from Hey Baragi.
being able to thwart that TP and that dive. Man, it is just Winthrop playing very, very passive on this bottom side, making sure that their one losing lane is not losing at all, is actually being able to keep up with the CS department and with EXP, not even giving over their lives. So with the 2 kills on the board, though it's a slow game, this is just a very strong opening from Winthrop with what they have brought to the table and with this adaptation that they've brought into this preseason of the Grand Finals.
The fact that Crabapple Boy is having this kind of performance against Xyle, somebody who we lauded going into this one as just taking control of the game, it is completely ball in the other side of the court here, and Winthrop are just running away with it in this early game. And especially if he can keep up this tempo for Crabapple Boy, it's going to be so relentless when we get these dragon objectives coming down. Hey, Baraki in the mid lane does get a dive initiated on him by Cloud, and that's an easy kill for High Key Savage. Meanwhile, bot lane, this is the response you needed from Harrisburg. Grim is all by his lonesome and gets sniped down by Maykel.
And just like that, the praise that we were giving Winthrop for being able to set up and deny so much in the early game
it's all
is now
doomed.
not its head.
Oh man, there's everything utilized here. Crescent Guard comes out as well. He flashes over the wall to get the Koskinen. In time, will not lose another life, but Harrisburg have found their place in the game and their moment to make a mark.
They're going to be able to take this Hextech Dragon for themselves with the pressure that they've been able to win with those 2 kills and with being able to force away Crabapple from this bottom side of the map. Koskinen, you do not try and challenge this, but they're looking to try and find a fight after the fact.
Oh, he goes for it. There you go, Koskinen. But he's not going to find the lasting damage from Grim. They can't catch up in time. And that's just the dragon to Harrisburg.
Yep, and using the flash and crescendo from Koskinen, that's some pretty big tools down. Thankfully, Sona can use that ultimate very quickly after she has already used it. I think it's only a 70-second cooldown, but it's the flash that's more important. Because we saw what had immediately happened on to Grim, where he was left to his own devices, alone against Maykel and Luke K. Just caught out, immediately killed, and the Rift Herald, this one is much more, they had not used it yet, and that was going to expire. They have to force it now, and
it was
this
so
might
juicy
be a
in
little
bot
bit of a
lane
handicap.
too. Might be too. They might still get it looks like they're still going to get the charge off and get all those plates down here.
This is more catch-up gold now, because you can see it's the 20 CS differential with the kill over. Maykel's Jhin is a very confident 1,000 gold up. So you just need to crash that Herald, give some extra gold over to Grim to try and keep up with momentum and keep up with the tempo after you'd already been picked off. But the other thing that I'm just sort of disappointed at the moment with Harrisburg is that I want Xyle in this bot lane more. You know there is only 1 TP available now with Mabud, but he needs to be in this top side to challenge Cloud. So as long as Cloud has him on lock, there's no TP available for Winthrop. So look to this bottom lane. You only need 3 members here, and you have all ultimates available. There's nothing on the side of Winthrop. Take him out now and break this open, because of the strong early game that was started off by Winthrop due to Crabapple in the top side of the map can just be thrown to the wayside if you have a Jhin that can just 2-shot the Zins out.
Yeah, very true. And it's all about that damage profile that we were highlighting in the draft coming to fruition for Harrisburg. But I have to say, the early blows Winthrop were able to land onto Harrisburg were nice, and you see the potential setup for those team fights later on when Harrisburg is forced to take those fights instead of running away. So it's a bit of a scary prospect for Harrisburg to find the in for all those damage profile shenanigans they have going on, but if they can, it will be finding a lot of advantages and its success, at least later on. Cloud has to pop the Dominus just to scare Mabud off a little bit.
Scare him off by just a little bit.
Yeah, that's beautiful crescendo coming in, and Maykel is caught out here. Here comes Crabapple Boy to pick up a 3rd kill potentially. Wind becomes lightning. The slow collects. The encore does not. Nice sidestep, and Xyle's here as a response. He gets stunned up though, and they're going under tower. Crabapple Boy on a killing spree, and all along it was Maykel who he had his sights set on.
I'm sorry for Maykel right there. He saw Xyle coming in through the wrong street, noticed it was a one-way, and walked right into Winthrop. tried to get his man out, but loses his life in the process. That was very much not a sacrifice willing to be taken. You had to forfeit all of that, and unfortunately for them, losing a life on as well is just salt in the wound. But at least we also have some challenge going up here on the side of Overwatch. Trying to take that. Oh, 10 HP. That sucks.
feels so bad.
Hey, but your bot lane just broke open bottom
Yeah,
turret,
I was gonna
and
say,
you
they
can
also
start
got-
assessing lane assignments.
My
You're
bud
fine.
also got first tower in the top side, so a lot
Yeah.
of gold just got influx over to Winthrop.
Yeah, it's not bad. So at this point, this is like, all right, yeah, drop Seraphine Sona, put them in the mid lane to where they can challenge both these objectives fairly easily. Rift Herald available. You don't really need it anymore if you're Winthrop. You're 2,000 in the lead. You can just you could take it just to have it, right? But at this moment, what they need to do is more of focus onto this bottom dragon, get that on the board, that off the board, and then create a pocket of vision within these jungles. And the way that they need to get that pocket is to, well, break open this mid lane and or get those kills off of this dragon in contention. So if you're looking at that first option with the dragon, you can do it really easily right now because you're already set up for it. And being able to try and take this fight with Crabapple, who can just get immediately onto Maykel, is going to be amazing to get that success rolling.
There goes the group play from Winthrop now that they get their 2 enchanters on one of their damage sources here, Crabapple Boy. They will be able to find the backside of Zyle here as well. TP is going out to leave the fight. Zyle now needs to try to get away, but there's the 3-talon strike, and he's just trying to dodge out as much as he can. Onslaught of Shadows will ensure his safety.
Yeah, but no lives lost is the best that Harrisburg can get out of that situation, and maybe some damage onto the top turret, maybe even the turret itself if it's low enough, but that does come to the forfeit of this Mountain Dragon. Overall, a good enough result for Harrisburg to try and stabilize this game. Actually got some damage onto the mid turret as well to see if they could try and break it open as retaliation. But for Winthrop, it's a win. You get that dragon, you get to push into this jungle in the bottom side of the map to create that pocket of vision to try and give that priority for Crabapple on the Zins out to look for more kills and to follow through. And they'll break this mid lane open.
Oh, he gets in there. Meganar ulti to go on top, and Zyle is just eliminated, even with the final chapter coming over top. There's the flash encore, but it's not enough to change the tides here under the tower. There's the CC layering onto Maykel. They can't find the target they need. My goodness, those prowling projectiles doing tons of work for Loop, but Crabapple Boy knows where he needs to go, going towards the bot lane with Hey Baragi to take the tier 2 tower.
They'll be able to take this one with how quickly Jace and Zinzao can shred through that. And with this reset, that is 2 turrets and a dragon and a kill to bump them up now to 32,000 gold. Starting to hit that 4K difference, and a lot of it is onto this top side with Zinzao for Crabapple, and then just the massive discrepancy between Mabud and Cloud. They've been doing very well on this top side of the map, being able to stabilize those threatening side lanes that Heike Savage is trying to look at. And they've shut down the one early game win condition that was necessary for Harrisburg to get a success into this mid-game, and being able to deny any of those turret dives. Was that sort of part of Harrisburg just not pushing down on that initiative earlier on and not getting it more? Definitely. But for the few times that Harrisburg did try and put their foot down, there were Winthrop members there to cancel, to challenge, to react, and being able to at least have those tools there to scare away Harrisburg and make that opportunity a non-essential factor, then this is where we're at now. And this is where Winthrop, I think this is the fact of them going through the ringer a little bit more, playing those games against Toronto time and again, both of those series. I think that has taught the team a little bit more of a lesson, and they've really got their number against Harrisburg in this first game.
It is very impressive, especially against a squad who has not dropped a game. But they still got ways to go. It's Crabapple Boy forced into a fight here, but they're trying to take Cloud down first before the reinforcements can get their final chapter utilized. They get Cloud, and now they want to turn the fight. Crabapple Boy gets another kill in the team fight. Potential Coco is always there for Winthrop, and they are using it beautifully.
That was a Hail Mary fight if I've ever seen there from Harrisburg. They had positioning just completely thrown out the window, just chasing down these kills. You saw Mikael and Luke K. They were just put in a pincer in that river. No one was there to try and help them with this engagement. Everyone is looking for their own selves, for their own success, and because of that, they just fall to the wayside. And when you're behind and you're looking into fights with that kind of mindset, it's just going to dig you a deeper grave, and it does just that. They're now 6,000 gold down. They're going to be a Baron down as well with what Crabapple is looking at. I'd say just you could start it now, but I guess with the resets, you give them a little bit more confidence and say, let's go back, let's get some items, let's get some extra pressure out onto the map now, and then we can try and challenge the Baron later.
And now we do have objective bounties out onto the Rift for Harrisburg, so we'll see if they can utilize that, get a little bit more gold in their pockets. But here is the potential play towards bot lane for Harrisburg. Heike Savage gets a ton of damage dealt to him right off the get-go, and Zyle a little bit afraid to commit there as it's Winthrop looking in mid lane. Ooh, nice flash from Haberagi. All I heard was the onslaught of shadows. Like, he pulled the trigger. Not finding it though. Mabud does find Cloud. You can't get away from him. He's just gonna kill him outright. Dominus is popped. He's trying to get away. The rock toss is there, but Koskinen will clean it up. And Mikael can do nothing but watch. Bot lane though, Haberagi taking a 1v2 again here. Zyle just wants to get into the fight, but he already used all of his cooldowns. Flash from Heike Savage will be a savage mistake for Haberagi. Meanwhile, across the map, Winthrop do make their play onto the Baron.
I don't think it's that too much of a mistake there for Haberagi, but if Zyle can steal this Baron, that will be the savage mishap of Winthrop, but they are able to get away.
TP a little bit late. They might want to try to turn this. Mabud goes for the Meganar here close, but he can't get it. Encore goes wide yet again. TP! Oh my god, Cloud, you are very confident here. Meganar ult right into the wall, and he is burnt down to a crisp. Heike Savage is out of there with just a slight little health bar. Mikael has to utilize the Gale Force to get away. They aren't getting away from this. They are too fast to get away from this fight. Heike Savage just sacrifices it. Mikael knows what's gone. And Haberagi on the side here. Can't find it, but this is Dragon's Soul point for Winthrop.
And just like that, Harrisburg falls.
Haberagi getting a
Winthrop.
lot of damage done. Exhaust utilized on it, but he's still in the fight. And
Ow.
Haberagi, my dude!
That's a Man Immune and an Eclipse. Those are just 2 items on that chase for Haberagi, and he just blew up Heike like there was no tomorrow. Even with the Morel and Alcon, you got that extra health just a little bit, but nope, that doesn't matter when you just take a blast, like a shock blast, straight to the face. Obliterated.
And then poor Loop is just like, yep, I'm dead.
I guess I'm here. Yeah.
Oh my goodness. That's some confidence right there. Stepping up in that moment with no health against this LeBlanc Yumi combo, realizing they ain't got it. They don't got it.
Well, it's just a ticking time bomb now. It has been for a little while, just because of how Harrisburg has been approaching these fights, and more of just how Winthrop is just taking this game by for the backup and Mabud. Their has done wonders here, and it goes to show that they have had throughout the regular season and throughout the playoffs. Like, a lot of their struggle was when games were even and they had to focus on very even team fights in resources. But this game is far from bad at all. They have a massive lead.
Like, if anything, this is the kind of game that encapsulates the entire NACE Starleague 121 League of Legends JV split. Like, it absolutely encapsulates it, because we've seen this happen in nearly every best of 3 that we've had the entire season long, and it's all about the punchback. And yes, this game might be rough for Harrisburg, but it's about realizing what can work for them.
Yeah, the adaptation, right, of being able to quickly come back from any of the mishaps.
Oh,
they've had.
no.
But, all right, here comes a fight.
Oh,
I don't know if that's right.
It was a little bit miscalled there. They're going in one by one, and they will die to the meat grinder that Winthrop is carrying along. They do get Crabapple Boy as a redemption play there, but the only one left is the bot lane for Harrisburg. I guess 2 people left, Mikael and Loop, as they watch their buildings burn and Game 1 go out the window and into the hands of Winthrop University.
And Winthrop was trying to take that Game 1 closeout a little bit slower, trying to be safe, trying to be methodical, but Harrisburg and Zyle just said, no, take this knife and end it right here, right now, so we can get to Game 2 and try and swing the series back. It is going to be this, well, it's going to be technically match point because it is a best of 3 here for Winthrop University in favor of them. And that would be, that is a major upset for sure in this Game 1. Coming out with a much more rambunctious and improvised composition with an immediate lock-in of a Seraphine Sona in R1, R2, and then trying to challenge with that Jace mid, which did phenomenal work against that LeBlanc, was able to stabilize against that mid lane assassin, which has been successful and dominant throughout this entire NACE Starleague season. So coming in with those innovations and with those different positions, I'd say, with the Seraphine Sona being in that double enchanter bot lane, it's just a taste of what preseason has given us and sort of how these teams have been adapting. Something that's been more traditional on Harrisburg's side has now been pushed to the wayside, and now it's for them to try and see if they can change and evolve throughout this series.
1 is the number of losses now that Harrisburg has gotten in the playoffs here of the NACE Starleague, and it's incredible that Winthrop were able to do this against a team who has looked so dominant, who always knows how to roll with the punches. And that time around, they just did not have an answer for that bot lane. We saw the clear focuses, right? We saw the multiple damage threats that Harrisburg were able to utilize, or at least draft for themselves, not utilize, because they could never get a hold onto the bot lane. They could never get an advantage towards that bot lane, no matter how many resources they tried to throw down there. So it's impressive for Winthrop, but I am watching this comeback. I'm watching this redemption arc for Harrisburg University because they are not out of it yet. We'll be right back with game number 2. Starleague Fall 2021 Grand Finals, hosted by the beautiful University of Maryville, Maryland. As you see the bronze turtle there right in front, and beautifully done are those VOs, or the video that we got to see of the campus of the University of Maryland. I'm Mazel, joined by Coca the Dragon yet again. And I can't believe we're already here. We're going into game 2 of the grand finals. Match point for Winthrop University.
Yeah, it's quite ridiculous, the fact that they changed up this preseason has really such a riot amongst the ranks of Harrisburg University. And Winthrop came in swinging. They had their change. They had the science of and they were able to come in with a very surprising composition with the Seraphine Sona bot lane. Jace mid switch up with Nard to just stabilize the top side. And then the big surprise was Crabapples and Zhao, which just dominated the jungle so early and really caused an upset, not just from our perspective because of how dominant Zyle has been throughout the season, but just out of the gates immediately.
That's the craziest part to me, and especially with the setup. I did feel like Harrisburg knew what they wanted on the blue side. They knew exactly the kind of composition they wanted to try to execute on, and it just wasn't there for them. And that's something that doesn't normally happen, it feels like, for Harrisburg University, but it did this time around.
Yeah, it was something where it was the quick adaptation from going to the 3 quick camp into challenging Zyle, who was going for the greedier style initial clear, and then trying to punish further there from the top side of the map. And also the fact that Winthrop's bottom side of this Seraphine Sona from Grim and Koskinen did so well at neutralizing the bottom lane. It was a lot more of just Hyberagi and Crabble being there at the right times to deny those invades and those turret dives from Harrisburg, and then being able to reassert back onto punishing as much as possible. Like, you get the shutdown, yeah, that's great. You get a couple kills and deny the strategy, cool. But once you're going to the point of denying and then converting it to taking their entire jungle, stealing their lunch money, and then also taking the dragon on top of that, that's where it's really broke this game wide open, where it was just a 2,000 gold difference into a 6,000, 8,000, 12,000 gold lead for the side of Winthrop University. But, you know, at that point, I'd have to say it's just something where coming back into the second game, Harrisburg really needs to figure out how they want to change the sort of traditional draft that they've built up and make it something that's a little bit more favorable with the preseason adaptations.
Yeah, for sure. And before we get to that, I heard that you have a little something here for me, Coco.
Well, yes, as a matter of fact, I think one of the things, too, that Harrisburg also needs to do is keep their cool, and they can do it a lot easier in a Mavix chair. The Mavix chairs are designed with gaming in mind, and locking wheels to keep you in place, cooling and breathable fabrics to keep your body and butt dry, deep recline to allow your body to go super far back, and most importantly, ergonomics. I actually love the fact that it is ergonomic. I've been having a little bit of lower back pain for myself, and the fact that I now have one of these Mavix chairs, I can do this long, hardcore gaming with all of the games that are dropping these holiday seasons to keep myself just on the grind. So huge shout out for them on that one. And of course, the chairs put you in that proper ergonomic position that helps increase with the blood flow and reducing stress, and also lower back pain, as I mentioned earlier. The models range in a price, so we have an option for everybody, no matter the budget or the gaming level, and they also help you out with the 0% monthly financing through Affirm, which makes the chairs about $1 a day. So I'd say go ahead and pick one up now while it is, you know, you got some time left to do it. And you can do it with the promo code with CSL55. That is CSL55 to get $55 off of a Mavix chair from Mavix.com. So huge shout out for that. And of course, Mavix.com/CSL to get those chairs with the discount code. So great chair, great bonuses, but of course, keep you cool and keep that sort of position locked in for the second game.
Exactly. I just had to say the chair behind you looks so nice. I'm excited. I have mine that I need to put together. I'm very, very excited to try out. But thank you, Mavix, for sponsoring this. But now we got to get to the nitty gritty. Harrisburg University, their backs against the wall, potentially losing this amazing season they've had in the NACE Starleague Fall 2021 League of Legends JV tournament to Winthrop University, who have had to go through breaks and hurdles here to get to this point and are one step away from claiming it all. And that beautiful trophy we saw earlier.
Yeah, and a huge upset that would be, right? Like you mentioned, the undefeated season throughout the playoffs and the regular season splits here through the NACE Starleague in 2021. And also the fact that, well, Harrisburg has been the dominant school throughout the collegiate season. Yes, you have Winthrop, who had the varsity team do very well throughout just this year initially, but they're pretty new to the scene in the sense of the being a titan of the environment as well, and of the ecosystem. So being able to prove here and now that it's not just a one-off thing. This isn't just this first year we come in with a bang. We have an entire program and system behind that is not building up just really good players in the varsity team, but also in JV and the entire school itself. So already jumping into this second draft here, you can see, but that Seraphine is dead and gone.
It is. Definitely don't want that Enchanter duo down there this time around. No changing of sides, though, is very interesting to me. Seraphine, Soraka, banned away by Harrisburg. Yep. Victor, and the Jinx, and the Yumi. And
being banned out, I wasn't a huge fan of it. I think they were able to neutralize it fairly well. It was much more of the Jhin being the big issue, because, man, was Malek just able to get those deadly flourishes off on the right times, just hitting people from a distance, and then just like threatening lethal damage in that bottom lane in the early stages, like every single minute. Like that's where I think is more the root concern for me for Winthrop. But you know, Harrisburg, they didn't want that Zin's out. It was a little bit quicker in that early game, and because of that adaptation of the jungle pathing, they're saying, hey, let's take this away from them. They're very confident on this pick. Let's deny this one now. Let's see what Winthrop decides to go with as alrighty.
Hey, they saw a Harrisburg throw the gauntlet game number 1. They took the dub from that gauntlet. They pick up the gauntlet. They throw it right back down with the Lee Sin and the Ziggs locked in. Some potential interesting bot lanes today for Winthrop if they do utilize that flexibility for the Ziggs. But now it's Harrisburg's response with the 2-3.
Well, and this one doesn't go without a surprise either, right? Because we've said how Winthrop is much more of a top-heavy team. Their bottom lane has been the one that's been struggling when it comes down to like mechanical matchups and challenges. So going with that Ziggs immediately is not something out of the ballpark, and it's much more of saying let's create this stability in the bottom side. Let's allow Crabapple to ignore this bottom end, and then get our solo laners of Habaragi and Mabud online. And this is the changeup that I think is a little bit better too, because Koskinen can now be a little bit more of a roamer. He can say, all right, I don't need to protect this Seraphine who's really, really squishy anymore and can't clear waves effectively in the early game. I've got a Ziggs who can do that as long as he sits underneath turret and stays within the range of effect for a little while to just hold on to the EXP. This Leona can go out and roam, can help out Crabapple, can help out Habaragi in those mid lanes, and prioritize objectives a little bit better, even against a more deadly bottom lane of Lucian Nami.
Exactly, and this next setup, this bot lane is going to be so volatile, and I'm so excited for it. But now we got to put the pieces into place for these individual lanes, and where we saw a lot of volatility last game, in the first game of this grand finals. So Jace banned away by Harrisburg, Syndra and Lux banned by Winthrop. And now we'll see what the final ban at the second game for Harrisburg University is going to be.
See how that one goes. Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if this was going to be a potential top lane ban or threaten there. I would enjoy that, to be honest, and it will be in fact that Gwen ban, so taking that away from a Bud, but that does leave Vax, who was banned in game 1, available and will be an immediate lock-in for Winthrop, a strong mid-lane performer that can take care of early game just as well as she can take care of the late. So going to be loving this Yordle combo already in the solo lanes. Can we make it 3 for 3? 3 Yordles in 3 lanes? Can we get Poppy in here at the top side? Or you could go back with Gnar. Gnar is technically.
Why do you curse us like this?
Hey, TFT has really changed me. I'm just going to say that.
It truly has. I do really like the Vex, though, but the response with the Kassadin is exactly the kind of pick I want to see into the Vex. I've actually gotten to watch a decent amount of Vex in the competitive sphere, and being able to see a response like this that you know can have the damage to deal with her later game, but still be able to rough and tumble in the early to mid game is something that excites me a lot for this mid lane matchup, especially with the way that it went last time around. But now we get the Mundo locked in for Harrisburg, and the immediate answer is the Camille.
this is a much more even draft between these two teams. It doesn't give me any doubts in either minds. Like, yeah, I had my doubts with Winthrops in game one for sure. Like, double enchanter is very much a high risk, high reward factor, and they came out on top in that bout. But this one, this draft for game two, 4-match point is a lot more tame. It is. You've got a couple bands that are now available. The Camille and the Mundo and the Vex are just those. And having this situation where both of these teams are like, hey, we don't really need to worry about top lane too much in a sense of trying to contest it one-on-one. We can try and challenge 2v2. We should look for that because Camille's not going to be able to fully kill this Mundo without some assistance from either the Lee Sin or from the Vex. And same goes with this mid lane as well. Like you said, Vex is not going to have a fun time against this Kassadin. And especially if he goes the new item or even just tries to, play it safe, and with the denial of a lot of the burst damage that Vex has in her kit, this Kassadin could become just a little bit too much to handle on the side of Harrisburg with Heike Savage.
And that's the big play here, right? Trying to find Heike Savage the key to victory, right? You saw Zyle, we've seen Zyle be a mainstay for Harrisburg, but if they are going to win this best of three, they need to turn up in the individual lanes. They need to find those kinds of advantages, and it's specifically looking at Heike Savage. And Winthrop, they have a very clear plan here with their team composition, right? You have the Ziggs, Leona bot lane, but you have a lot of mobility on the team, and I do feel like that can lean really well with the amount of cohesion we saw from them in game number one.
And seeing if we can also unlock Koskinen in this Leona, right, for Winthrop. See if you can get that additional man out onto the field to cause some chaos and be that lockdown potential to deny a lot of Xin Zhao's early aggression and skirmishing, and to shut down any of the objective that he might try and take. So into this end, into sort of the early game focus, into like, let's say Dragon spawns, Rift Herald spawns. We're at 8 minutes into the game. No kills have happened, right? I am looking at Winthrop and I'm seeing a team that can detach from lanes a lot easier and can start to try and challenge those objectives on the fly, where Harrisburg it's much more of a lane focus of let's just let Kassadin farm up. Let's see if we can grab a couple kills for Zyle on the Xin Zhao to prioritize that win streak that we can sort of replicate that happened in game one on the side of Crab Apple, and into this bottom lane of getting some kills with Lucian Nami. If you have this bottom their side. But now for Winthrop to try and seal the deal, I'm looking back into this jungle. I'm looking at Crabapple Boy. How is his initial pathing going to go? How will he try and get this early lead like he had in game 1 back into his side of the court? Or will he be looking to do something a little bit more lane focused? Will he try and see if he can get Mabud or Grim to a place where they can stabilize the game and create their own initiatives?
Bud on the Camille is a terrifying fact indeed, but we'll see this early pathing from Crabapple Boy, as you said. Where is that unique pathing going to take place as the Lee Sin? And see the unique pathing from Crabapple Boy on the Xin Zhao last game anyways, so we'll see what happens this time around and if Zhao is ready for something to be thrown his way.
And immediately, there's the adaptation. Crabapple Boy went red buff, he's going red to red. He's looking to steal Zyle's jungle. He's going
for a bot lane gank. The madman here. He wants a level 2 gank on the bot lane of Loop and Maykel, and Cost Cannon is going to move up. Loop is the target here, and that's it. Ignite Burn, first blood to Winthrop, and the team that we have had some doubts coming into this best of 3 going against Harrisburg are the first ones to fight and the first ones to strike in both games so far.
And you just do not expect those kind of plays in a best-of-3 series, especially with Crabapple Boy pulling that out so quickly. Grim and Koskinen weren't even level 2 yet, and he's looking for that advantage to get that flank. What a unique way to get this first blood and just force this game already to be in your favor. With the first kill onto Grim too, now the Ziggs is looking very happy in this lane.
We'll see a response here by Zyle onto Heibaragi in the mid lane. Does have the fear coming up right now. There's the 3 talent strike, but Flash comes out and will be gotten away from. And Zyle's first gank goes wide, but gets the flash, so we'll look for a return gank.
Be able to disengage there proper. Be able to fly back for a little bit, though. A even trade of the scuttles, and with priority here from a Bud up forward, I would want Zyle to try and look for an aggression here, because he knows on the bottom side, look, once again, Crabapple Boy is looking for a kill. He's not going to be able to get anything here, but here's Zyle.
It's an immediate return gank, and there, Heibaragi just dies for it. Flash utilized by Haki Savage there to secure the kill.
And that's the aggression we're looking for. At least with the counter gank, he's able to get that punish.
Cloud gonna lose the 1v1. One auto attack, but Mabud, he tanks it. That's the trade back 1-for-1 of the top side.
That was very close to call. I was sort of itching for Bud to just fall back and just take the win as it is, but no, he looks for blood. He gets the trade kill, and overall, I'd have to say that's a good spot for Cloud
really
to have
for
that
Zyle.
wave.
Crabapple Boy doesn't really have a way out, but does have Heibaragi here, and he's going to follow up the damage. Now the fear lands, as well as Zyle tries to go back in, gets the trade, but Heibaragi takes him down.
And able to make it now 3 kills to 3. Only favor now is just some slight CS disadvantages, but with the top side having all the kills here for Harrisburg University, I'm looking for some action to start to break out for this Rift Herald. But this Dragon, though, is where I think Winthrop is going to be setting their sights on next. They're going to be looking for odd reset timings coming in from Harrisburg to give them that opening. And if they can try and match with the TP from Grim on the Ziggs to sort of keep that lane neutralized, then they can try and challenge for that objective a lot earlier than Harrisburg can try and can retaliate with.
Now, resets did come through for the bot side, so no pressure there just yet for Crabapple Boy to potentially go for this early dragon. But the Scuttle Crab secured. Meanwhile, a lot of members for Harrisburg spreading out towards this bot side of the map. And Zyle actually looks to take the aggressive path to make sure that Crabapple Boy is not going for another early dragon like he did last game.
Is able to sniff out a couple words, is able to get both of them. He'll be able to return to his chickens to just sort of hover on this bottom lane, but both of his camps on the top side are up, so he will divert to that top side eventually, and Crabapple has a lot of avenues of approach to try and challenge not just this bottom lane, but also the dragon objective as well. It is lit up fairly with these 2 control wards in the river. He is itching for that challenge, he's going for it, but in this top side, Mabud and Cloud just trying to challenge for that freeze lane, looking to see if they can get to that point in their like sort of item spike and for their EXP to just wait out and then start to just throw punches at one another.
Kings go out. Harrisburg did see Crabapple Boy starting up the dragon because he didn't see the pink ward that was in the bush there. Loop is there as well. They wanted to try to find the in onto Maycal. Loop might die here, though. Crabapple Boy gets away. Is he going to be able to go over the wall? He's not dead yet. Crabapple Boy is still alive. How does that happen? And it all goes to catastrophe for Harrisburg.
Triumph is an amazing rune there for the side of Crabapple Boy, able to survive just long enough, and with the survivability of the smite too, he smited the dragon for that extra boost of health, and then positioned to where he would add Loopke into those dragon auto attacks to help in that fight. Is such close calling and very quick decision making by the members of Winthrop to get that kills and swing to a 2-kill favor. And now this lane that was the one inkling of concern for me with this Ziggs and Leona against the Lucian Nami is just destroying this kill lane. This Lucian is pretty much out of the game for the foreseeable future until this cast in on Heike Savage gets online and Cloud's Mundo becomes almost an unkillable force. But against a Camille that has that true damage and with that HP shred, it is just a matter of time of who is going to be that stronger solo fighter. Mabud is looking to see that if it's him.
X-Tech Ultimatum goes down. Crabapple Boy is here with a little bit of help. Dragon Rage kick is not available yet because he's not 6, but Mabud takes him down anyways. He's going to need that level 6 here to get away from Zyle. Wind becomes lightning, hits, but Zyle doesn't follow up on the connection. You do have the Rift Warp available for Heike Savage. He makes it over there, but actually decides to just go straight back to mid lane.
He doesn't have a lot of mana, though. He's already down to like 20% mana when he went with that roam, just to see where Crabapple Boy and Mabud were roaming off to and disengaging. But he had to go back and address that lane. And with that fight in the top side with how low Mabud was, it at least gives some reprieve for them to challenge this Herald. But Crabapple Boy was fine and healthy. So this is contestable. They do see that it's being challenged. And
you're almost up for Haberagi as well. If he gets the connection of the ulti, there's the fear on the back of it. Crescent Guard immediately used. Crabapple Boy's go in it for the damage, and he's able to get away with a little jump. Is he going to get the Rift Herald here? He does not. Haberagi about to go down as well. Rift Walk is there, but there's Mabud. He's about to eliminate Heike Savage, but does not just yet. Heike Savage gets away. The Mega Inferno Bomb not enough to help turn it around. But Grim dies in mid lane, and Loop and Maykel find it. Koskinen commits his life here. Won't get hit by the bubble, but there's still chaos across the board, and we're no much further to finding who's winning in this game.
Well, so far it was that great steal from Mabud to secure that Rift Herald and gets it back into his pocket, and also the challenge that Crabapple Boy and Haberagi were able to find, though the kills were fairly close, and a lot of it was Koskinen roaming a bit too far away from Grim, and Grim getting caught out on his own is an immediate punish by Maykel and Loop. We're able to get that shutdown onto this Lucian. See if they can push this lane a little bit farther, but it is Ziggs. He is totally fine with this lost chapter in Phoenix Codex to just clear this wave out and call it a day. So, though all said and done, with the gold still even and really only 1 kill difference between these two teams, this is a dead even fight, and we go back to this bottom lane at this dragon to see if this is the objective that could possibly make or break this early to mid game time of tempo in favor of either Winthrop or Harrisburg, and it looks like it's going to be Winthrop.
Yeah, this is a really good call from Winthrop, realizing backs had just been completed. They don't really have a way to get to the mid lane pressure down to the dragon pit. It will be first dragon committed yet again by Winthrop.
And at 10 minutes, at this time, Crabapple Boy was so far ahead on the Xin Zhao that he had gotten his Divine Sunderer. He had gotten that item, started becoming this oppressive jungler to just challenge anyone at any time of the game. But here, we haven't gotten to any of those mythics just yet. We haven't cashed in on any huge item spike at the moment, outside of that stable lost chapter to keep Grim freezing that bottom side of the map. But something that is a little bit of a concern is Cloud just landing these cleavers, dropping Mabud very low, and you just need one Xin Zhao to come up and turn this fight back on its head.
It's going to be close. Crabapple Boy's here first, though, and that's huge in this fight. Mabud commits the damage. There's Wind becomes lightning. The connection is there for the Dragon Rage kick, and it gets away. Oh my goodness, Crabapple Boy in a 1v1. He flashes, he dashes, but he dies. And Zyle now taking the advantage that he has found in top lane and looking to push that tower a little bit more. Will not commit, but there's the tidal wave on bot lane. Koskinen just forcibly goes in, trying to get the damages. Grim, but he can't do it. TP now committed here from the Bud to turn this around. Grim gets a solo kill, and Luke dies after the flash. And there's your wave, there's your push, and Grim is looking for first tower.
And they're going to be able to get that first tower too, but no, as a matter of fact, Cloud
Hike Savage! He's going to turn it! No! Hey, Baragi gets the kill. Zyle, as wind becomes lightning, can't get the distance covered, and Hey Baragi survives.
Baragi gets out with just a sliver of HP, but this is looking to be first turret, but it's still got those defenses up with those turret plates.
Grim died.
It could be very difficult. Grim died, yeah, okay.
Oh no,
we're back in mid.
Zyle is overextending and now has found the returning team. Doesn't get, and that, oh no. Zyle gets the speed up here. He also has Maykel to back them off. There's the engage. Crabapple is almost dead. He doesn't go down. There's the dab from Koskinen.
And what was a very chaotic few minutes there for just a little while in the second game between Winthrop and Harrisburg. It is not much gained for Harrisburg, as a matter of fact. Winthrop, who is very much on top of that fight, is now a 4-1 Camille on this Mabud. And dropping that Rift Hold to get that massive amount of plates gives that additional cash in. You're now sitting with 3 mythic items to 2, or to 3 as well. Just saw that Gale Force on Mikkel. So even with all of that, it's also the lane pressure as well that we're looking to see in their advantages. And so far, Harrisburg, it looks good now, but it's immediately, we're just on that apex of turning back into Winthrop, who's going to have that lane priority. Mabud and Crabapple Boy are back on this top side, and against Lucian, who, yeah, is a little bit more mobile, but a lot squishier, isn't something that you want to be stuck in that matchup for if you're Harrisburg at this moment. But Grim, though,
Grim's getting baited out here. Loop is there. He just has to get the satchel charge in good place. No, he doesn't. And he dies. Unfortunate.
You do go a little bit farther if you're Ziggs and you get hit with the satchel charge, so just trying to get that just right position. But back to the top side, that's the one that we're looking for. Grim can struggle every now and then, but it's Mabud and Crabapple Boy that we're looking for success with. And Koskinen's unlocked. He is, on this Leona, he's looking for that jungle vision. He's looking for information for Crabapple to be more confident, and for Mabud to also have that additional boost to push in on these turrets, punish the lanes, look for those solo kills, get this side lane powerhouse under in their favor and under control. And the rest of the team is just sort of playing sort of damage control at this point, and is just trying to neutralize any threats that Heike, Savage, or Mikhail are trying to dish out on those optional lanes or those side lanes.
Second tower of the game will go down to Winthrop as well. Some more gold in their pocket as they steadily increase that gold lead. You see the redeploy on the bot lane for the rest of the team here, as well as the dragon spawning about 40 seconds. Need to get there, get some vision down, make sure that Harrisburg cannot contest this, or unless if they want to, they can go for the Rift Herald play. It looks like we're getting full committals down to this bot side, Coco.
Yeah, you need to have some priority in one of these lanes, mid or bot respectively, to challenge this dragon. And with Crown of the Shattered Queen on both Heike, Savage,
they're going in on the Koskinen. He's already dead. He's already out of the fight. On the other side, Cloud getting dropped pretty low, but Grim is putting down some damage. Mega Inferno Bomb back out. Mabud is dead. Maykel dies too, and Grim putting in the shots here. Well, we did have the trade at bot lane as well going down, but it did not go either way. Crabapple Boy needed to be there for that fight, but chose to take the 1v1. Now they're in a bit of a deficit here as they go into the second dragon. They could pull off this. They do not have to fight this, but it looks like they want to.
Well, it's 2-for-1 in favor of Harrisburg.
Crabapple was just dead.
3-for-1?
Oh, Heike Savage does not commit it, but there goes Zyle. He might have overcommitted, but he gets the kill instead. He gets 2. No, Crabapple Boy shuts him down. The double fear, the ulti, the follow-up, and Hey Baragi doesn't have the damage. Cloud is under tower. Solar Flare comes away, and he dies.
And I was just going to say it was a 3-for-1 in favor of Harrisburg, but now it is a dead 3-for-3, and this is what they were trying to fight for, to stall for those respawns to get back into this fight, because they knew that there was multiple tools down on the side of Harrisburg. They had to use both Cloud, Zyles, Mikhail's, and Loop's ultimates. All 4 of those ultimates to get those 2 kills in the mid lane. So they knew they had the ultimate advantage. They knew that they could try and stall out with Grim's eggs, and they were able to do so to where they can swing back into favor, take this dragon with Crabapple Boy on this Lee Sin, and see if they can try and pressure this mid lane once again. They're looking for that final outer tier turret to break for that 3rd turret point. And maybe look for
got
Rift
Chem
Herald as
Tank
well.
Soul.
Oh dear.
The Chem Fog billows.
And with the Chem Fog now sort of radiating through the rift, we're gonna have to be a little bit more cautious approach to these jungle fights. You never had surprise flank is gonna come in
This
and
is
try and
beautiful
challenge.
for Winthrop. I'm just saying. They have so much mobility and so much
for sure.
engage potential out of the camouflage. It is absolutely insane.
Yeah. It is gonna be quite a surprise with the vision control now having to be adapted. Also, to this end, I'm looking for this Herald. You've got 2.5 minutes until this Herald's gone, and I want Winthrop to go for it. Like they need to take this to help break open not just the first turret, but the second turret. Like you have a Ziggs. The first turret is good and done. You use the Rift Herald to break open that second one, so you can really have dominance throughout this entire map. They will be doing just that. They know they can take care of this bottom lane. Bottom lane doesn't matter. It's a Kassadin. He doesn't push severely. It's just a question of how quickly will this Kassadin scale with the preseason changes. He did go crown.
They're a bit late on the transition top too.
Yeah. So this is overall a good map state for Winthrop. They can neutralize. They can keep this Herald for themselves, and they can break it open later down the line. It's just a question of will Heiberagi die here.
They're gonna commit to him, but he's got a lot of damage backed up into that. Heiberagi very, very close to the second tower here, but is he gonna just die for it? There it is, and shutdown goes to Zyle. Grim and Koskinen are here, but it's a 5v2 right now. You definitely don't want to be taking those odds.
No.
It did actually look like Mabud back, so not gonna keep that pushing in top side. And it looks like the outer tier tower, the first tower for Harrisburg University, will go down.
It looked like to me that the recall was much more to get that Titanic Hydra, and you can sort of sit for the TP. If Heiberagi didn't die as quickly, then it's like, oh boom, I just immediately teleport onto that backline, and then we can change this fight and turn it around. Also, why sort of Grim and Costin run down as well, instead of looking for this turret. But they do get the turret nonetheless, with the help of Shelly. And that will open the map for themselves to get some vision into this top side.
Shelly or Kelly?
Shelly and Kelly, you know, it depends on the day. I'm just sad that they don't have, like, holiday hats. That'd be really cool.
We do see the Chem Fog coming to fruition here for Harrisburg as they make their entrance, but there is the entire team of Winthrop, and they're trying to follow up the damage here. TP completed. There's the culling, and Koskinen dies. This is a nice front to back for Harrisburg, but the huge fear that's cleansed right out of. Do they have the damage to follow it back up here?
do.
Cloud has to back away. This might be reset city for Heiberagi if he can get in there. Mabud wants to commit, but the health bars are still there. They're being eviscerated, and Winthrop will take the fight.
And what an amazing fight there from the top side of Winthrop University. Crabapple Boy died immediately, yes, but it was Mabud and Heiberagi who slowed that fight down so long. And with Grim's assistance on the Ziggs, who had not yet been touched, that choke point in the jungle gave them so much room to work with to push away all the front line of Zyle and Cloud. And High Key was also not in a position to try and take any of the assassination potentials that he was trying to hunt for. And from there, it was just a recipe for success. There was too many low members on Harrisburg University after their tools had been exhausted to challenge Mabud and Heiberagi, and they were able to take that fight by storm. It is very close to call fights for sure, and that's why this game is still on a knife's edge. Only 2,000 gold between these two teams in favor for Winthrop, but it's also just something where people are dying so quickly in these initial fights in Harrisburg's favor, but it's Winthrop who's just able to irk out and outlast them.
Crabapple Boy's here. Zyle is full committing onto Koskinen there. Now he wants to commit onto Crabapple Boy, but won't find it. Heiberagi must have bought a one-way ticket to Reset City because, my goodness, that was insane. But it is a very telling way that Winthrop can win these fights, right? It's
Yes.
all about that sustained damage, getting the health bars low. But Xyle is playing so confidently right now, looking to take those front-to-back fights that you can with the backup you have. And even if Dragon's still a little bit of ways, they want to try and take every fight they can.
And we also have that heal cut from Grim with this AoE. It's going to be just enough against Cloud's Mundo to make this front line a little bit more easier to take on and shred apart. It is going to be this Chemtech Dragon spawning. Will be available. It is Soul Point for Winthrop, and they're looking for fight, but it's Harrisburg that
Tidal
starts.
Wave misses everybody there, and we'll see the turnaround from
That's
Winthrop if
huge.
they want to. Dragon is spawning Mabut on the side. Crab Apple Boy with the plays, and there's the resets already. Grim goes on a killing spree, and on the backside, Mabut is buying time. Heike Savage gets away with a beautiful use of his Zanyas, but the fight reset means that Winthrop is in the lead, and they will move onto their third dragon of the game.
That will be Soul Point for Winthrop University off of the back of Crabapple, getting into that back line and kicking Luke K away from the team and into the jaws of death. And without that utility, without that Nami to keep this Lucian at his 110% power, they will be able to take out the rest of this objective, but with no lives lost. And from here, now we look towards the top side for this Baron, for the question of will Winthrop be looking to try and take this neutral objective with the composition they have built up? I'm not thinking that. I'm thinking of Mabud looking to the side lanes, becoming this Camille to split push, threaten these pinches, always have it where Harrisburg has to be on the back foot to try and answer those side splits at any given moment. And that gives Winthrop the freedom to choose this other top side to slowly whittle away and threaten the Baron to put Harrisburg in an uncomfortable situation of, do we pick a fight that we are on losing ground, or do we have to try and full force ourselves onto this Camille and give this opening for Winthrop to slowly take this Baron and take other parts of the map of our defensives.
You got 3 more levels. So Heike Savage hits that breaking point that all casters want to hit. We'll see if that is the win condition for Harrisburg. At least at this point, it's looking likely. And they've got to find a way to crest that bridge. They've got to find a way to get into that zone and make sure that these team fights can go their way. They look good when they are in charge of the decisions. But when that initial engagement goes awry, Winthrop are able to respond in kind every time because of that mobility we highlighted in draft. The engaged potential that they have pretty much across the board.
Sure. And to be honest, I don't think the preseason Caston is as powerful as previous seasons. This is not as much damage, a little bit more survivability, much more there to try and be a frontliner bruiser with the Crown of the Shattered Queen to get onto the backline and survive just long enough to get multiple rift walks onto your target. But it doesn't burst as well just yet. I think we're quite far off from there. I think we're a solid 6 minutes away from even thinking of this Caston as a threat for Harrisburg to use for Heike Savage. But you know, these games can stretch out that time with the strategy that Winthrop is sort of applying to the map of that side split push of slow and steady wins the race. It gives that opening, and as a matter of fact, they might have found it.
Push kill here. Heike Savage on the back goes for Grim. This is a nice play from Harrisburg if they can turn it around, but there's Heike Savage with the low health bar, and Mabud already gets Xyle. This gold lead, this dragon lead is turning it around for Winthrop, and they continue to move forward onto the likes of Harrisburg. They want that trophy, and they're going for the Baron.
They'll be able to take it. The defenses of Winthrop are just enough to survive that flank. And the teleport came in from Mabud immediately onto the back line and forces Mikhail and Luke to turn tail. They're looking to try and challenge this dragon, though. Luke and Mikhail, they do have damage to try and get kills, but they don't have the survivability to look for more.
Koskinen gets low. Mikhail wants the kill, does get it. Now on to Loop, who found himself out and abroad. Will go down. Mikhail is the sole survivor into that fight. Xyle coming out of base now, but the pressure does not stop. Mabud wants it. Flash from Mikhail gets him out.
All right, Flash will at least keep him alive for now, and that is a crucial member to have available for this defense. but it is going to be difficult against a Baron with a Ziggs and a Camille to dive your turrets. Oh, Xyle, you are trying to start the fight before
That
they get
was
set
a
up.
huge crescent guard, and Grim just sacrifices his life, but they're TPing for this, and Mabud is going to try to continue the fight. It's not going to hit for Haberagi, but it does get one kill onto Rampage. There's the reset. Look now. He wants to take it. Staying in the fight, flashes away, and there's the safeguard as well. Mabud is still in there, and the health bars. Oh my goodness, it was so close for Haberagi. They still get the kill on the Cloud, and they will continue to push down the mid lane. Crabapple Boy will not be stopped, and here come the Baron minion.
And this is why we have such a concern with these Chemtech dragons, because the initial dragon itself just gives you that 5% bonus damage to anyone who has more health than you. And that itself is giving Grim, Haberagi, and Mabud so much damage against this Mundo that they just tear the front line apart easily. And then the rest of the team can just deal with the squishies just as easily. So not only are they on this power play that's just giving them that innate advantage, and with how well Mabud and Haberagi are playing these fights, but also just the boon that they're getting from these dragons. The late game investment has been paying off for them immaculately.
This is soul
They can try and
point.
get
This
soul.
is the soul dragon for Winthrop. Harrisburg have to stop this. There is no ifs. There is no buts. And Mabud is into the back line. They just sealed the deal. And that's it. Heike Savage all by himself. But that is the full might of Winthrop coming to bear. And they will leave nobody standing. It is only Cloud, and he has to watch from a distance as Winthrop secure the soul and potentially secure the game.
And if there are any defenses left, if the respawn timers are just quick enough for Harrisburg to make one last stand, they're going to have to fight Winthrop 2 times
Look at
over
that
with
damage.
this soul. That is just too much damage for Cloud to try and challenge. He has to pop his ultimate to even just sustain himself for this oncoming fight.
30 seconds on Baron, still available there. Mabud continuing to push the side lane. See if they want to.
You don't even need to try and challenge this fight. You could just
back
look for the
up.
turrets if you want.
Yeah, and Mabud is still constantly pushing there. They will make a way with it all. Inhib in the mid lane, almost getting the Inhib tower in bot lane. Do get it, and Mabud, they actually want the fight. Crabapple goes in on the main kill. Crabapple is about to die, but he survives. And now the reset's coming in. There's the Mega Inferno Bomb, and Winthrop, they want to add another trophy to the trophy case, and it's going to have NACE Starleague Fall 2021 across the board. Winthrop University, through adversity, through losing into the loser's bracket of the playoffs, will make the redemption run, hand Harrisburg University their first loss of the season, and Winthrop University take it all home. They are your champions of the NACE Starleague Fall 2021.
And nothing but just absolute dominance here from Winthrop University. The capability to just learn throughout this preseason and through the struggle that they had, like you had mentioned, through the losers bracket, they had lost out to Toronto and they fought tooth and nail against them to get into this grand finals. And the fact that with all of that just grueling challenges that they had throughout the playoffs, gave them that tenacity to survive, to learn, and to adapt throughout this preseason as well. And I think not only is this just a massive shout out and a congratulations to the players who you can name out individually who did immaculate performances. Mabud, Crabapple, Haberagi, just amazing throughout this entire series, but also just the school itself to be able to flip on a dime, create these unique styles of the fights and of these compositions to just bring out the best and bring out the most of every single player on the roster.
It's all about teamwork, baby. That's the only way you make it to the top like this. And we saw from game one that communication was on point for Winthrop. They did not let anything go, even with the chaos that was handed to them in game two early on. They kept calm. They knew they had the tools to execute. When you draft a comp like this with the amount of go buttons you got, you know you're feeling confident. You know you're feeling good. And they executed on it beautifully to take home a 2-0 victory over the undefeated Harrisburg University.
And this was one of those games too where it felt close for such a long time, and then it was at this soul. It was at this soul fight where you just stamp a little or like statement right there. Just this is Winthrop's game. There's nothing else that is going to be able to stop them, and they had an early game that was also just as successful as their game one. The unique pathing that Crab Apple Boy had brought into this series just threw everything out the window for Harrisburg's early game plans of just expecting these teams to sit by and let these early games be more of a challenge of mechanical prowess through the lanes than it was with any jungle intervention. And with Crab Apple Boy bringing that into the four-way and saying, hey, we're going to just dominate and get to those win conditions that our players are known to have with Mabud, with the side lanes, and with Koskinen, who was finally able in that second game to get out of that support role and into that roaming potential where he can help assist with setting up those fights and turning the tides of any of those skirmishes.
Speaking of the man himself, he will be joining us here on the desk as our interviewee. We've got Koskinen from the champions of Winthrop University. My dude! How does it feel to claim the grand championship, to put a piece of hardware in that Winthrop trophy case? How you doing?
Feels really good. I actually won CSL back 2 years ago, and Zyle was my jungler back when I was on Robert Morris University. So it was like a little grudge match between us. When I saw he was in the grand finals, I was like, "Oh, this will be fun. We can be two-time champ." So I was really excited because which one of us won. I was happy because we're homies, but. Really feels good to get a quick 2-0 in there and get that second
quick one. Just a quick one.
It was,
deal,
yeah.
right?
I didn't think it would be such a fast, but it wasn't that long. I'm on stream, Jared.
You take a 2-0 victory over an undefeated Harrisburg University, one of the most storied programs in all of collegiate, just as you yourselves are. So how does that feel for the team? Was there any thought about that when you're going into the matchup and anything along those lines?
Yeah, we feel really good. I mean, we had a lot of really hard games getting to this point. That's my bud in the back right there, by the way. Fun fact.
Yes.
Yeah, he played really well this set and has consistently been playing really well. He's like new to competitive, really good top laner. But yeah, we're just really excited to see how much our hard work's been put through. We don't have any coaches for the B team at all, and we don't scrim a ton. But we kind of just have a really good bro vibe, and we're really power of friendship. Working pretty strong here.
Do you get to scrim at all against the A team? Do you get to?
We have scrimmed the A team, not a ton, but we have. We actually have a positive record against them. Fun fact.
Hey,
I will put that out.
And now you can show out the beautiful trophy every time you pass the trophy case. You're like, hey,
that's
guys,
not a lie. We have one more than
that
we lost.
That's not a lie.
They're really mad. They're
mad. It's okay. Don't
We've
worry
only played
about
2 or 3 times though, so. Nah, he's mad. That's Chen. That's Frost
I see Forrest. I see Forrest in the background. Oh, that's
Everyone's
so
talking
good.
now. We're on the lab. We're in here all day. There's 15 dudes in here. We're all hanging out.
For you guys, I mean, it's been a long season, right? We had the big break between. It's been a long season, right? We've had a little break in between, and especially going into the preseason changes. Just give us a general take. How has this entire season been for you, Koskinen?
It's been really fun. I really liked getting onto this new team. 3 of us have played together for a while. Me, Grim, and my bud. We played on amateur over the summer. But getting Crab Apple Boy, Mordio, Will, and Hyperagi in the team has really made the team flesh out. I feel like we have a really good system of calling shots. We always do a lot of extensive draft preparation, and I think it works really well here. I think we had pretty good draft gaps in both of the games. And that's usually how we win most of our games, honestly, is in the draft. We have Grim, who runs most of it, and he's just really up there with his brain and his noggin, working on some really good drafts, make the games a lot easier. Especially with that Seraphine Sona thing, because we prio Yuumi really heavily, and we knew that they would probably pick it because they prio it. So we're like, oh, well, they probably don't even know that we play this because no one picks Yuumi into us. So when we got that locked in, it felt really easy. Because, it's just really easy to get good drafts if we do a bunch of prep into it, look at their past stuff, and that's how we function. And we're all pretty good friends. We hang out a lot. We're in here a lot.
Yeah. Well, I want to kind of go further onto that Seraphine Sona counterpick into the Yuumi. Sure. What, for you guys, makes that pickup against that Yuumi so beneficial going into just the game one, or just overall as part of the composition?
Basically, the idea is Yuumi is really safe in lane and she scales really well, and I think trying to punish it is honestly a lot of time a waste of time. So picking something like Seraphine Sona, which is so incredibly greedy and easy to play to, like for the other team, but Yuumi Jin can't play to it. Like Hecarim didn't even show his face bot lane like the entire game pretty much, because it's just so hard to do anything when you have a Yuumi in the lane like pre-6. So we got a really crazy free scaling lane. Sona Seraphine just scales so well with those shields. You see the late game fights and the way their ults combo together. And once you get like your first back and you both get tier, you're just unkillable from poke. You have double heals. So it scales really well. It's really safe in lane, and the enemy team never wants to play to it because they have a Yuumi. So you see the Hecarim playing topside the entire game because that's what they want to do. They have a Yuumi, and they want to put the Yuumi on the Hecarim later. And it's just really hard to punish it. And then late game, it's just absolutely disgusting if you just get away with a free lane. And that's what we did. And that's why it worked so well. And they banned it the second game, so.
they were quick on that one.
Yeah.
And I just have one last little bit here for you, man. We're going to let you go enjoy the win with the boys. But do you have anybody you want to shout out? Anybody you want to talk about here before we do let you go?
Of course, I got to shout out to Zyle on the other team. Huge friend of mine. Really love playing against them. And just want to say good game. And of course, all my team here at Winthrop. And especially to our director who's retiring, Josh Winnibo. He's retiring after having some stress issues, but I just want to shout out. Get a dub for him.
It made me
this
cry on
one's for
stream,
Josh.
man.
Yeah, we love he's so great. He's so great.
It.
Yeah, he's the reason I'm here.
He's so
and yeah,
good.
he's a great guy. So yeah, I want to shout out him especially.
He really
we
is.
got a dub for him, so he on his end out. And yeah, just everyone here at this program.
This one's
really
for
great.
you, Bo.
Absolutely, yeah.
Hey, thank you so much, Koskin, and please go enjoy it. Go rowdy it up with the boys because you just won the grand finals of NACE Starleague.
All right, thank you so much.
All right, Coco. Oh my goodness, it's been a fun one, man. It's been an absolute fun. I love getting those wholesome interviews and just seeing the beauty that comes with collegiate sports and especially collegiate esports. You get such good vibes from these players, and it's a long, grueling task to come out of an entire season through a Swiss bracket, through the playoffs, through a patch change, a preseason influx, to come away champions in a 2-0 victory.
Yeah, it's one of those situations that you don't see often anymore of the upper echelon of these teams, where it's just a Bay Life vibe of just a bunch of friends, group of buddies that are trying to do their best and make and break it into the competitive scene with some support, like what Koskinen had pointed out. You're the B team, the junior varsity team, and you don't get a lot of love and attention from the system and from the program within the school, but you need to fight for it and make it feel like you matter. And of course, with their statement today, and with the fact that their win ratio against the varsity team is 1 win better.
Frost Force was like making sure, like, nah, bro, nah.
It's like, all right, like you're fighting for your stance, and that goes back to what we were talking about all the way at the beginning of the day. Of they're fighting for that pride and for that proud calling of saying we are a strong team together and we're a strong program and school representative within the NACE Starleague and within the collegiate scene of League of Legends as a whole.
Exactly, and to be able to put that $5,000 in the bank, be able to have that trophy that will always be in the case and be something that you can hold on to for Winthrop University as a program. Incredible stuff. So congratulations, Winthrop University, the grand champions of the NACE Starleague Fall 2021 Grand Finals, hosted by the University of Maryland. It's been a fun one, and now we also have something very important, because CSL and LLS are hosting a charity Rocket League tournament to rev up for the LLS. There is still some time to register for this fun tournament of Rocket League, where you could win $500. Wow. For your team, and for $500 to go to your LLS in your team's name, plus additional prizes to be won. The tournament will take place December 18th through 19th. So visit cslesports.com for more information to register or donate to help out. And as well, these are all wonderful sponsors throughout this league. It's been incredible to just have NACE Starleague Fall 2021 happen in the way it has. And another big shout out is to Corsair themselves. Corsair is the leading global developer and manufacturer of high-performance gear and technology for gamers, content creators, and even PC enthusiasts. From award-winning PC components and peripherals, which I absolutely love my Corsair peripherals, to premium streaming equipment and smart ambient lighting, Corsair delivers a full ecosystem of products that work together to enable everyone, from casual gamers to committed professionals, to perform at their very best. Corsair is a proud sponsor of NACE Starleague and the Fall Grand Finals. And it's been a fun one, man. Coco, you've been along this entire ride here. I'm gonna start getting a little teary-eyed if I keep talking, but it's just been so fun to be here through the ups and downs, through the chaos that is Collegiate League of Legends, man.
Yeah, and it's something where collegiate, it always ends just at the holidays are coming and the year is coming to a close, and that's a bit extra special and echo with these seasons and with these grand finals, as short as they sometimes are. But the thing is because it is so close to sort of how everything all wraps up at the end of the year, it also means that we're just around the corner of the next season. We already actually have registration for next season opening up this week, as a matter of fact. So that's something where it's like just as soon as it's ending, it's just starting up once again. So if your school is looking out for any of those trying to get into NACE Starleague, or you think that your school or your club is trying to make or break it into the junior varsity scene, register soon. It's opening up this week, so give it a shot and show us and come on stream on why you are one of the best Collegiate League of Legends teams that has not been discovered yet.
It's been an incredible one. Thank you all, to everyone included, the background staff, for making us look so good through the entire season, sticking it through with us. Ben, Josh, Mike, you guys are all real ones. And everyone that tuned in for every single broadcast, you are why we do this. To the players who competed, to everyone that was a part of the NACE Starleague Fall 2021 split, we thank you, and we'll see you next time.
Thank